Hey everybody, and welcome back to Streaming Rainbow and our interview series here for Oceania 2084, the incredible game that is serving as the bedrock for our upcoming campaign of the same name. I am Danny R Mendoza, he, him, and I'm going to be in a conversation today with the creator of the game, Johan. Johan, would you like to introduce yourself?
For sure. I'm Johan Eriksson, living in Sweden. Teaching games, making games since a while back. Passionate about politics, about justice, stuff like that. It seeps through in my game design. It's very at the core of it. I think that's kind of it.
Love that. Thank you again for giving us so much of your time. Really appreciated. It's been great. The material that we've been able to cover so far has been really interesting. And for those of you who've been following the entirety of it, we are going to cover some stuff that we've already discussed in a little bit of a new light, and be discussing a lot of other things in this part. So still very much worth you sticking around. We're going to be diving into character creation first, and we're going to be following these steps in the book, so that if anybody who's watching this hasn't seen the prior parts, you're going to be able to follow the whole process with us cleanly. In the context of that, we're going to be discussing its component pieces, and then we will use that as a ramp into discussing other player-facing elements, such as like free acts, social acts. We'll be talking about class acts and a subdivision of that called resistance acts as we go. And if you have the materials and you're watching this, we are using the primary book. If you're a resistance player, don't look at that Big Brother side of the book. But we're going to be going over that. We're going to be going over the handouts that were put out. And we are going to be going over the character sheet and the class sheet. So those are the materials. Those are the materials worth referencing. All right, we're going to dive right into what makes a character. So the components that are listed here in the book initially are 10 numerical scores: hope, love, trust, 6 emotions, and stress. Now, thank you so much for that. We've gone over in prior videos, if you want, you can go back and see that, the nature of some of these things, and we already did a deep dive into the 6 emotions and the ways that they connect up with the elements that you have to make decisions about, the values, corporate and personal, below. So we're going to go over those, but we're going to go over those a little bit more quickly here. Then we're going to talk about the class options, get into class acts. We talked about memories a bit more before, so you can go back to an earlier video there, but we'll touch on that briefly. Move into trusted characters, spend a bit more time there. Same on descriptive traits. The deviation, which is such a crucial and interesting part of all of this for co-creation, which we've touched on a little bit, but I want to dive deeper into. And then, interestingly, because we're following here in what I'm stating, the order that is listed as the preferred order to go in for creating a character: name, current work assignment, age, and gender identity. So I'd like to start with a question about that. A lot of people might think to start in games in general, right, with something like a name, an age, a gender identity, possibly even something like a work assignment. What was the thinking that led to putting that at the end of the process?
So I wanted players to not feel incomplete ownership of the characters that they're creating. So a lot of the steps leading up to that is you can choose from a list or you can roll a die to decide. And this goes into how it feels playing characters later on in the game. We mentioned in the previous episode that so as the game progresses and the campaign runs on, as your first character dies, you will take the role of another character that's already in the narrative, and that character has been shaped and created by your co-players. So in order to kind of not completely emulate that, but at least you are taking on a role of someone that you get to invent parts of, if that makes sense. So I wanted the name to be like the last container that you're like, yeah, I kind of now know this character. What would be a fitting name for them? That was the thought process.
I love that. I want to highlight specifically also something that I ran through with one of the players involved in this project just yesterday, which is because you come up with your trusted characters prior to coming up with your own name, you actually name them before you name yourself. Is there anything you'd like to share about that part of the design?
Well, it's essentially just a way to kind of emphasize the role of the social network. If that's the first thing that you actually name, symbolically that becomes what you think is like shaping everything. So it's I'm not sure that it's actually like a needed way of doing that. I think it's just a way that my brain worked around it, in a sense.
I gotta say, it landed with me in the same way that you just described. So that's why I wanted to present it as not a leading question. And just so you know, it reads, right? Meaning, when we were there, and then this player who I was working with has spent less time so far with the text than I have. We both found that to be the case, that it was intrinsically set up to make it so that you are less focused on the self and more focused on relational considerations.
That's really cool.
Right?
Nice to hear.
Yeah. So I would actually, for whatever that's worth, like, thank you for the generosity of essentially saying, like, it's our table, we can do it the way that we want, not just us, but like anyone who's playing this. But that having been said, I highly recommend anybody watching this video follow the steps, right? Like, it's thoughtful. That's why I wanted to ask about it, because I could feel how thoughtfully designed it was. Hey, do this and this and this and this order. Because there's a growth, right? You start with these core stats: hope, love, trust, 6 emotions, and stress, in a way that informs character. So another thing that I want to mention that I bring in from that conversation, and not just that one, because I've started to speak with a lot of the other players. This one just happens to be the most recent one. The way that these stats are laying out, right? So that you, and obviously some of it comes a little bit from selecting your class, right? So like your amount of starting hope, love, trust, and stress all is tied into your starting class. So you're aware of what those things are, but you don't actually choose those first. You choose the 6 emotions, which the way that we discussed it, which seems to be reflective of the intent in the book, please correct me if I'm wrong, is this is where your character is on the day we meet them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So I'd love for you to talk
a lot.
Talk a little bit more about that. Yeah.
So
I love that design decision because it doesn't speak to the permanence, it speaks to impermanence, right?
Yeah. So every time you roll dice to test your emotions, essentially, whether you succeed or fail, something shifts in your emotions. It's tied to the shadow emotions of the tested emotion. And this way, it becomes like, that's the most like game bureaucracy heavy part of the character sheet. That's where you'll erase and like shift points around all the time, right? And depending on how you build your character, you have a tendency to max out certain emotions. So characters become also like inherently perhaps more angry or more sad, or like because of which shadow emotions you have connected to your values. So there's like this interplay that as you're starting to play, there's no way you're going to be able to kind of decipher that. It's intentionally made kind of obscure because you don't know exactly how your emotions work. You kind of have a hunch, but that's the thinking behind it.
It also takes, I find, at least anecdotally so far, it seems to take a lot of pressure off of the player at the beginning, because you're not expected to understand the fullness of that complex interplay on the way in. You just need to, and it's a little bit of anti-min-max brain, right? Because you aren't being asked to optimize your stats. You're being
Yeah.
asked to think critically about where your character is mentally and
Yeah.
emotionally on the day that we meet them,
Yeah.
and have an honest array in relation to that, and still learn. Talking about discovering the character that you're going to be playing, you're still learning in that moment what it is that, like, who it is that your character is, and you're starting with how they feel on that day. So it's also localizing it in time, I feel, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is not
It
the
is.
enormity of this person's life. This is this moment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And how they feel. Okay, why do they feel like that, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes directly, when you want to ask yourself, why does it feel like that, to the values.
Yeah.
And the values speak pretty concretely to why one might feel some of these difficult emotions. Because
For sure.
you have first the corporate values, which it's great also the order there too, right? If I'm reading the intent correctly, please again correct me if I'm wrong. Feels like we get to corporate values first because of the overarching governing nature of the autocracy in the world, whatever the nature of that autocracy might be in a given world based on people's deviations and that sort of thing. It in all cases has conglomerate unity, report any thought crimes and dissidence, selflessness, which I love that you chose that term, for never put yourself before the conglomerate. What a wonderful bastardization of the term selflessness for what we're doing here. And then good think, because that is 100% what they would call selflessness, right? And then good think, believe the conglomerate propaganda, and then you have to like two of them as your character. You only get to dislike one of them. So then they have to think about, like the player, the resistance player, any of us who play that, has to think about, okay, how do I feel about these three things? What is the one I don't like? Why don't I like it? And more importantly, in a sense, and not more importantly, but like to understand the relationship between the three. Why do I like the two I like? Right? Like, who is this person that they like these things? And then that I've found anecdotally that iteratively that causes if not a re-examination, a somewhat recontextualization of the one that you don't like, because it's easy as a person to be like, I don't want to like any of these, right? But then when you have to build somebody who likes two of them and doesn't like one, I find it shapes it gives you room to shape, maybe is a better way to say, why they dislike the one and why they like the two. Could you talk a little bit about that?
For sure. So the main intent here, as I started creating the character setup, I was thinking like, one, I don't want players to play characters that they love. Straight up. Face value. This is me. This is everything I stand for. I wanted to be more complex than that. I wanted players to have to wrap their head around someone that they might not have actual affinity with. I wanted also the group of resistance characters to not really agree. Because as this character setup is done, 3 different characters could have completely opposite things that they disagree with the conglomerate about. And that creates some kind of tension within the in-group, even though everyone knows we're in the same boat and we have to align ourselves. Because this is one thing of being like real-world activist. We often have to align with people we don't agree with because we have shared objectives and goals. So that is like straight up what I'm trying to say here, if we're talking about like the procedural rhetorics here. A term by Ian Bogost, if anyone wants to check it out, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I find that really compelling, both because as a leftist, I'm used to being annoyed by my friends, and because I am very interested in the ways in which collective storytelling and game experiences, and the nexus of those two things, can help us learn things about the real world that we can critically examine for ourselves and perhaps choose to find takeaways that inform other parts of our lives. I think what you're describing is really important. here's another thing that really resonates with me when you mention that. Not having a standard applied to the real world that is not compatible with the real world, I think is a very helpful thing for actually trying to get something done. And the reality is, all of us are fallible. None of us are going to perfectly live up to our values at all times, no matter how much we try. People have a lot of pressures on them. I say this without making any excuses for any bad behavior writ large, right? But people have a lot of pressures put on them by these systems and structures that are deliberately in place to create bad behavior, create more infighting, create more apathy, create more of a sense of giving up, more of a need to self-soothe, more risk-taking behavior that would lead people to be more dependent on these systems that are coercing us into doing what they want us to do. This models that really effectively, I think, already just in these components that we're looking at so far, because of what you're describing. And I think that the degree to which this can help a player pick up the idea that, like, I don't have to be perfect and the other people who I engage with don't have to be perfect, for us to still want to do something good and then actually try to do that matters, because there is a thought termination possibility, right? That comes into, if all of these people are disappointing and if I'm disappointing, then what am I even doing? Like, can I even help? Why am I going to do this? Should I not just give in to the power of the state? And that's what these systems want from us. Can you talk a little bit more about that, if any of that resonates with you with the design?
For sure, definitely. So there's one thing here, which is, I think, on a rules level important. You can at any time during the game go against your morals or your values, as in the character. In fact, in order to make successful plans playing out this game, you will have to go against those things. So, as someone growing up within capitalism, right, we will have things ingrained in us that feels like it's the natural way to do things. It is technically our values. And then we encounter a situation where we have to do something else that goes against those things. It will test the emotions of us. It will feel weird and awkward and or scary. It depends on what it is. And so in order to kind of get that aspect of resistance movement acting into the game, that's also part of it, right? Because sure, you have these values, but no one's forcing you to follow them. You can, like, push against that, because that's not you. Like I said in the last episode, everything in the character that is defined by rules is basically the tendrils of Big Brother coming into your character. It's all the parts that you don't have full control over that is being portrayed in the character sheet. So it's the trauma, it's the emotional feedback from engaging with this horrible system, it's the values that you didn't have a chance to even try to define. Instead, it's just been imposed on you, right? So basically the character setup imposes those things on you as a player, and that's really what it is in a nutshell.
I love that. And that makes me think about the Expressionist Game Manifesto again. So the intent here, to be clear for anybody watching, is you want people to take that negative space in the design seriously as a part of the game, not simply the more overtly delineated versions, right? The overt delineations are, to some degree, if I heard what you just said correctly, manifestation or a parallel to, within the game structure, the oppressive structures of the world and the fiction, right?
Yep.
So to illustrate your comparison further, as a basic tenet of anti-racism, we're all racist in the sense that we were born into a racist world. And so we were born into a racist soup, and the work of anti-racism is essentially deprogramming oneself, right? Like working iteratively throughout. But we're never going to be perfect when it comes to that, because we were born into this situation. So that's a foregone conclusion. That's done, but that's not a reason to give up. That's actually the opposite. It is a reason to push against it and help contribute in whatever way we each individually can to the world being a less racist place than it was when we found
Exactly.
it. Right?
And this also speaks to the thing that in this specific game, your characters' lives will not be long enough to go through actually reforming these values. So there was no point for me to make like a progression thing where you can change values or nothing like that. If this was a game where you had prolonged lives and you were playing out those things, I would have wanted that to be a part of it, to have like a way to shift and change these values. But that's not the game at hand here,
right?
If that makes sense.
Yeah. It fully makes sense, and I'd love to zero in on that a little bit more, if that's okay. I'd love for you to share whatever you'd like with any Resistance players who might be watching this, or prospective Resistance players who might be watching this. One of the things that I've been having initial conversations about around this general topic is these are very important moments in these characters' lives. Feels like an obvious thing to say, but I like to not leave things unsaid. I prefer to over communicate when I can. Goes back a little bit to what we were talking about with the stat array, how that sets you up for that this is how this person is feeling today. So the question of this story to some degree is, as I see it, whatever version of the story any of you watching this are telling at the table, is why today? Like, why is this story about today in the lives of these characters? And to your point, a given player character, a given Resistance character, said more specifically here, may not make it through one session, may make it through one session and be done by design. So can you talk a little bit about that framework? You know, why the focus on such a limited amount of time within the fiction? What does that achieve? What were you thinking of when you put it together?
So two things. I'm going to tie it to why the character creation thing is so controlled, because it is, if you want it to be. It should be very quick to go through. Once you know it, you can whip up a character within like 5 minutes. Not a problem. If you're new to it, it might take like up to like 20 minutes maybe. So the first one takes a while because you're wrapping your head around all of that. So it ties to that because it's, as we also mentioned last episode, it's built around like the same idea around a procedural roguelike. So you go in multiple characters to experience what happens in the world over the course of like a friendship group that evolves, essentially. So all that said, I think in a game setting, it became important to me to have some kind of perspective on, and this is going to sound pretentious as heck, okay? I wanted to include like awareness of death and what it means to be alive as a part of the game design, because in our real lives, we don't know if tomorrow is the day we're passing or in the next 10 minutes or if we're going to live for 60 years. We have no idea.
Right.
And so the only thing we can do, honestly and actively, to do something better of the lives we live is right now. We don't have anything else than right now to do those things. Of course, we can make plans, etc. But plans we do because we are also trusting that these plans could potentially be followed up by someone else acting on them. Because that's the way we build social movements, in a sense. So on a very like kind of like literal sense, but in a compressed time format, it is what it is to be just alive doing resistance work. But the time frame you have might be a week, might be a day, instead of an unguessable amount of years. So
100%.
It's just compressing it for the table, essentially.
Copy. I love that, and for whatever that's worth, I'm very glad that you put that into the game. Opposite of feeling pretentious, to me, it feels deeply grounded, and I think it's a big part of what I was able to sense in the game that drew me to it so profoundly to begin with, because that is a significant part of my lived experience, and also a significant part of my lived experience that informs my community-oriented work and my political work and that sort of thing, because you're right. I don't know. I mean, not to be maudlin about it, right? But like, I could die after this interview, right? Do you know what I mean? I could die in the middle of it. It could happen right now, mid-sentence. And so why put things off, I guess, is the point. Like, the freedom of that, not taking it in a nihilistic, depressing direction, but taking it in more of an absurdist, existentialist direction of like, well, if that's the case, what am I waiting for? You know? I find that very empowering. So yeah, I love that is a deliberate part of the game design here. And I think that's thank you for sharing that, because I think it's a really important insight for players to have coming into it. Alongside what you said before, which essentially empowers the players to be like, well, this is an anti-authoritarian game, as it turns out. And perhaps in playing our anti-authoritarian game, we should not overly invest in authority, right? So we should, even when the authority is the game design itself. So like, just because it says these are your values, if that feels wrong to you, they don't have to be. You know what I mean? Like, the values are there as stats. They're in the anti-racist sense, they're a part of the soup that formed us, right? And you don't have a way at the instrumental level of changing them on your sheet. But you don't have to change them on your sheet. And I think that's an interesting political choice, right? Because to say that it is only, if I'm hearing you correctly, to say that it is only valid that you have changed your values if you put them on your sheet is essentially, in a sense, tantamount to saying that the change in your values only is real if it is externally validated by a structure of power, which again, this game is meant to undermine the idea that is necessary. So it's great that that's in the design.
It's not only here also. There are several other places in the game. But
I would say, if you don't mind, as we go, highlighting where those places are, if I don't bring them up on my side, I would appreciate it, because I want to really shine a spotlight on where those things are. I find that sort of thing very compelling. And I gotta say, because I know that you mentioned when we talked about it in a previous video, that you were a big fan of the Expressionist Game Manifesto. This really, even though it was created before then, in that sense, really, in my mind, perfectly fulfills those elements, right, of what was brought up with that, in a way that's really nice, because I don't think you do need to. There's that core question around the discussion of that, of how explicit do you need to make it to players at the level of the text that they need to break the rules to unlock these parts of the game. It feels to me like, in this case, with this game, very much you don't need to make it more explicit than you have. You've made it explicit enough, and making it more explicit would take away from what you're setting up here, because you do need them to push against the authority that is you in the form of the rule set, right? So that they are modeling that transgressive behavior at the table. I love that, because I got to tell you another thing I've been thinking about a lot. Oh, short break. Yeah, we're going to take a break, everybody, and we will be right back. Hey, everybody, we are back from our quick break, and we are going to dive back into our focus here in this video, which is character creation. It's going to include various components of character work, and then lead into other resistance player-facing play. We were at discussions of values and elements of design here that emphasize essentially the autonomy of the player, right? That emphasize the player's ability to define their lived reality, including the lived reality of the characters that they play at the level of the fiction, regardless of what it says on their character sheet. A little bit in a way also of OSR-ness, where the answer is not on your character sheet, but put in a different context, because a lot of times the OSR-ness is like, oh, go figure out how to deal with a trap, right? Without having to worry about a button you press on your sheet. This is the mental and emotional version of that, is what we're talking about right now with the values. It's the internal life.
Exactly.
Like, your values can be what they are. I love that. Were you
exactly. It actually is reflected.
Go ahead. I was about to ask what
it actually is reflected in Yeah, so we have the conglomerate values, right? We've only talked about them yet.
Yeah.
So they are kind of well defined.
Yeah.
And then if we're looking at the personal values, they are intentionally written in a vague way. So there is a lot of room for interpreting what they actually mean. So if you are really like rethinking what a thing means during a campaign and reevaluating those values, you don't even have to break the rule of this is what I'm thinking. You can actually like philosophically reframe it.
Yeah.
As long as everyone else agrees with your argument around it, then yeah.
100%. Even with something that feels a little bit more prescriptive among these more interpretable personal values, like might is right, you are able to dive in and potentially redefine what the component pieces mean to you. Like, what is might? What is right? What is, like, how are you thinking about that? So if you do pick, that as one of your good personal values, and then you end up thinking, well, maybe people shouldn't just be able to push other people around because they're stronger than them in whatever way that means.
Exactly.
You can still find a way to square the circle on might is right being a good value for you without having to try to because I do expect that my players at some point might push against this in a way where they ask, can I change one of my personal values? And I guess my question there is, or even can I change one of my corporate values? And you mentioned before there is no progression track for that deliberately. Have you come across that at the table, like that kind of request? And if so, what have you done when you have come across it?
I have not received that request once. And I've not heard that request from playtesters once. And mind you, I've had about 150 playtesters.
That's amazing. So I have a thought on why that might happen that is based on conjecture. I'd love to hear why you think, before I share the conjecture, I'd love to hear why you think that's the case, why that hasn't come up.
Honestly, I have no idea. That's the way I respond to that. I have no idea. So I would have asked that, right?
Yeah.
But no one has. And I think it might be like the cognitive process of playing characters in this game, it demands a lot of you, in a sense. So it demands that you understand and internalize and think about all these things in a way that makes sense to you. So you're busy learning, getting to know this character. And so it's only when you know them in and out that you can start questioning these characters, right? So I think, and since the game kind of culls characters and kills them off as they go, you never get really to the point where now I know my character from the inside and out, and now I can start questioning why they have these values or like adapting to new things. With that said, I know that I had a group playing that played the same characters. They never died for like more than 10 sessions. And this was because Big Brother was focusing on completely different things, like making them paranoid and distrustful and killing off all their family and trusted characters, right? So there is a lot of room to have sessions or campaigns where you actually get to survive for a long time with the character, even though that I never got that request or that comment before. So
interesting. So even in a longer campaign, it like, meaning longer in the sense of like a single resistance character lasted longer in the campaign, it still didn't come up. That's fascinating, because my conjecture was going to be the part that you touched on before about the quick culling, creating a situation where like they don't have enough time. And it was going to lead me to a question that I think that what you just mentioned anecdotally perfectly relates to, which is, in your experience with that substantial amount of playtesting, what you've run yourself and then what's been reported to you, have you found anything in the way of regarding what tends to be, and I ask this largely for the sake of helping to set expectations for players coming into this who might be watching this video, average like length of time that a player character might last, right? Like, is it entirely disparate? Like, is it all over the map, or do you have certain patterns emerged for, like, typically a resistance character will on average last X amount of time?
It kind of relies on the Big Brother player and their approach, their strategy, that is. Because there are basically a bunch of different ways you can play Big Brother. You can target to diminish the social network first, or you can basically chop off the head of the social network all the time. And they provide very different like approaches. So if you have a very like player targeting Big Brother that is like looking at which are the current resistance characters and killing them off, then I'd say that in general Big Brother will be able to kind of kill off one or perhaps two characters per night phase, meaning your character survives one day.
Right.
But that is provided that they don't do much else, honestly.
Copy. Okay.
And then in the more like, I would say that the average type scenario, I'd say like 3 to 5 sessions, that is 3 to 5 in-game days, is probably how much a character gets to be with. But then we also have the edge cases on the longer side where like 10 sessions is not a problem. It depends on the strategy and the way that Big Brother tries to fight the resistance, honestly. Yeah.
I love
it's
that.
Actually kind of interesting. I have to say this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So when I did the solo rules, I did a lot of calculations on this because I wanted to. The solo rules is like I needed to have like a mirrored experience of that, but there is no way for in solo play. There's so many parts missing from the whole engine of the game, so to speak. So I needed to kind of really think about how often the actual like algorithm of Big Brother should be able to kill off the character you're following. And so I had a friend step in and make me like a computer program simulation of running the campaign, and we ran it for 10,000 iterations to just get these average numbers out. So, and that was like the basic core numerical engine of the system, looking at how many points in general does generate for Big Brother. If Big Brother spends every third act on interrogations, and this is the percentage of survival rate for the interrogations, and like, so that was a whole thing.
That is so cool. And I'm gonna want to talk more about when we get there about the solo experience overall, and I'd love to hear more about how that functions, because also 10,000 iterations, that's incredible. that is really
so fairly reliable data.
I was gonna say, yeah, that is. I would trust that. I do trust that, right? It's like indicative. That is fascinating. I will say, taking this on our end into an actual play environment, this is also context for the folks watching. I do think the actual play context of that will skew a little bit of how some of this functions. So folks watching the show should keep that in mind, right? That because we are playing for ourselves at the table first and foremost, but also playing for all of you in the audience, right? We are possibly going to be making different choices, and also because the players are doing this as trained storytelling artists, right? As well as players at the table, their own innate sensibilities and interests may skew in ways that are colored by that, right? Rather than what an average gameplay might be at the table. Although I don't know, maybe that's maybe I'm making that assumption, and maybe more people playing this have those kinds of things. But what I mean to say with that is some of my players I fully expect are going to be constructing characters to lean heavily into, oh, they're going to die, right? And lean heavily into taking risks and going in specific conceptual directions, right? So it might be that this character is having a day where they're having a full break from their lived reality and really want X, and are going to make a lot of suboptimal decisions, right, quote unquote, from a mechanical perspective in that direction in service of the story. Might be something that happens a lot at the table in general. I just wanted to share with the audience that that is definitely something that is amped up by the context of actual play. So when you're watching us play this game, one of the things to keep in mind is that mediating factor, that there is going to be some difference, even if I can't completely tell what it is ahead of time, between what we do on camera by virtue of the observer effect, right? Even, and what you do in the privacy of your own home with this game. Another thing, Ewan, that I would like to invite you to comment on as you see fit as we go through this is where you would be most interested to see experimentation in the gameplay, right? Like things to push against. You mentioned 10,000 iterations in a computer program in order to get average numbers here. You mentioned 150 play testers. You've been, you developed this game over the course of years. You've been playing this for a very long time. You know it very, very well. So I imagine you know that its nooks and crannies and corners and nuances incredibly, incredibly well already. I just would love, somewhat selfishly, to have some insight into, whenever possible, if you're up for it, into what things you would be most excited to see played with here, right? When that comes up, like, oh, I've always wondered about this thing, or I think that this is something that is really fascinating that I haven't seen engaged with as much. Would be good. Obviously, we'll still play to find out, but I'd love to have that in my mind and be able to share that information with the table.
Yeah. So there's not much in terms of like systematic experimentation. It is more in terms of tone. As you're setting up the game, there is this little table that you can roll a die to decide the personality of the city. Of those, I think I have played 3. Okay. So I'm super keen on like knowing how these different, like, it's this table is just 3 words per result, and these 3 words basically give you, like, see if I can find it actually and
sure.
So as you're starting play, you roll on a table of a D10. It's on page 125. Result 1 is bustling, hectic, and rude. And 2 is silent, empty, and solemn. And, for example, 5 is violent, pungent, and scared. And these is basically the personality of the city that you're going to be playing in. And they really shape the way that this world develops. But it's such a small mechanical thing, if that makes sense.
I got to tell you, looking at
really
this,
keen.
Which are the 3 that you've done before? The 3 you just mentioned?
Yeah. So let me go back. So I've played Brutal, Concrete, and Religious. That's number 8. I've played Nervous, Pent Up, and Smiling, which is number 9. And I'm right now in a campaign that's using Eclectic, Cultural, and Loud.
Oh, that's great.
So those 3 I have experience with. The rest I've never seen in play. I've no idea.
so to share with the audience, right, which hopefully includes my players, bustling, hectic, and rude, silent, empty, solemn, high-tech, business-minded, and cold, violent, pungent, and scared, proper, articulate, and distant, ecological, spacious, and paranoid, and grandiose, commercial, and private are all on the table alongside those three. I gotta tell you, all of them pull to me. I'm the sort of player that, like, I want to play everything, so I want to play all of these modes.
Yeah.
The first one that my gut went to, and we'll see what ends up landing with players at the other players at the table, the resistance players, ecological, spacious, and paranoid. For some reason, I saw that and I was like, that's so interesting and unusual for this sort of thing. Like, I wouldn't think of this as being ecological or spacious. I think a lot of times when we think about, or at least I don't want to presume other people's thoughts, but when I think about authoritarian oppression, I don't think spacious, and I don't necessarily think ecological. And so, like, paranoid, sure, but the other two in conjunction with paranoid, because there's also that paranoia of an open sky that I'm suddenly seeing in that prompt, right? Yeah. Of like, what does that mean? I love that. That's so evocative. So what I'm basically saying is I hope that my players also like that. Any of these, all of these, I want to play. Yeah. But now selfishly, if I don't get to in this campaign, I know I want to play that one for sure. Yeah. That's incredible. We'll get more into this because I would like for us to have a section or possibly a dedicated video as part of this overall interview about campaign play, right? For everybody to be able to follow. But that's a great little preview of that as we continue with character creation. And one thing I want to note that as we continue character creation, that I really came to appreciate in the process of not just preparing myself for play, but preparing, helping, let me see. Our cameras on my end seem to have cut out just now. Did they do the same on yours?
Yes, same.
They did.
I heard nothing
let me
of
do,
what you just said.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. Let me do this. Let me end recording on my side. Yep. And I'm going to get out on my side, and I'm going to see if getting out and coming back in is helpful for us as well.
Perfect.
Does that sound okay? And we're back, everybody. Hey, so we had a little bit of technical stuff that we took care of, and now we're right back into the interview. We are focused during this part of the interview predominantly on the character creation process and then some other resistance character player-facing elements. That having been said, one thing that I've found that I was beginning to mention when we took a break just now is, as I've been talking to the other players in the campaign that we're going to have here on the channel, is that there's something holistic about approaching this game that I find, and maybe this is true about a lot of games, but I'll say that to take a very broad comparison to a very different game, when you're on D&D Beyond and you're building a character in D&D, it would probably help you, arguably it would help you to go in and understand the component pieces of it. But you can, sort of as a mini game unto itself, go in there and create characters that you may never even play, like for its own sake, and never go look at another part of the website in particular, right? Like, it's different when you're working off of books, but the way that it's built there, you don't have to look at the other stuff. I have found, for whatever this is worth, I felt that this was worth sharing. I've found that in the process of speaking with the other players in this campaign about their characters and talking through a little bit of it, they have inherently found themselves consistently interested in other elements of the system. So I find it interesting that we, as we go through this conversation, we find our way similarly into those topics. I'm seeing a parallel there.
I see that.
Was there an intentionality to that? Is that something that you think just came naturally out of the process?
I think it comes naturally when you're doing an original system that you're not used to, more than anything. Because as you're reading these things, okay, so now I have to pick like my personal values, and that's connected to the emotions. What the heck is that? And then you have to kind of go in and be like, what is going on? It puts you in because of that, I think. Sure. And I think because the learning curve is something I thought about when designing the character creation. Like, first step is super easy, it's just follow instructions. Second step, you get a little bit more choice. Third step, you get a little bit more choice than that. And then, like, it scales up. So it kind of gradually introduces those like, wait, what am I actually doing here? And if we're looking at, it's also not the case that if we're comparing it to, I have, full disclosure, very limited experience with D&D. So it's not the system I would use as an example otherwise, because I might get stuff wrong. But my reading of that system, because I have read the rule books, but I've not played it that much, like one session once, I think. Anyways,
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
so the way it works for me is that there is no way for me looking at Mage Hand to understand what that is without reading the rules.
Yeah.
I need to understand mechanically what that does to be able to pick it. That's not the case when I'm talking about emotions. We know what emotions are. So there's a way of making sense out of almost everything that's put in this system, just based on human experience. There are slight things that might be like technicalities of things that you need to look up, but you can create the character without actually getting into that. So that curiosity that you're describing, I say, is when it feels less forced to be interested into the system, in a sense. It gives room to be interested in the system, but like you can just wing it, essentially.
Well, and I love that because it does speak to what we talked about in previous videos about agency and consequence, right? And also about negative space in the game design. Because when I hear what you just said, part of what I'm hearing is we know what emotions are for us, right? Yeah. Like there's a specific list, because it's also not just like any emotion, right? Like you deliberately chose these 6 emotions: anger, sadness, fear, guilt, despair, and apathy, and on a scale of 6, right? And then with shadow emotions connected. So there's an interesting thing that happens there in a different game, in a different context. I was talking to the creator of that about their own, sort of similar to what I'm seeing here, totally different design, but anger, having the shadow emotions, guilt or sadness, creates a conversation between these 3 elements.
Yep.
Right? And then it does that times all 6 of these, and then it does that times how these 6 pair up with corporate and personal values, right? Yeah. Because if you're going to take a conglomerate unity test, it's a fear test or an anger test, right? Yeah. And it being a fear test or an anger test then relates to either the anger or apathy shadow emotions for fear, or the guilt or sadness shadow emotions for anger. So the cascade is very interesting. But you're right that from a cognitive load perspective, you're onboarding just a little bit of that at a time. And from a negative space perspective in the design, my anger is not your anger, is not a third person's anger, is not a fifth person's anger. I think that's great. And you're right. I think that makes this an invitation, non-coercive, right? In nature, you don't have to know more, so you want to know more, right?
Yeah. I hope so, at least. Right?
That's fair. I mean, for whatever it's worth, anecdotally, from what I've found so far, and you have much more data, obviously, to back up insights like this on your end, but I've been finding that is naturally the case. That the process of digging in causes a curiosity that leads to active engagement, that in itself then leads to an unfolding of the engine. Right.
So here's the thing, actually, in like design communities where we're talking about like where in the book did you put your character creation? Like having character creation is one of these kind of, at the first part of the book, is kind of one of these contested design ideas, because in most systems, to be able to make a good character creations choice, you have to understand the rules. So why put the character creation first when you then have to flip over those pages to read the rules to then get back to that first paragraph? Like, it makes sense if you know the system, right? Because then that's probably the first thing you want to flip to. In this system, I wanted it to be that way, so that you can create your character without reading all the rules. You don't have to read all the rules to do that character creation. Instead, that's like a segue into understanding the rules. That was my thinking. So I hoped that my design philosophy behind putting the character creation at the first part of the book is like, it's an entryway into understanding the rest of the rules. It was really intentionally made like that.
I love to hear that, because for whatever it's worth, for us at least, it's been working. Like, as a framework for understanding the rules, right? A way that feels digestible to dig into it, and then has signposts across it, which we'll continue to discuss as we go through the components of it, right? That are pointing, okay, now I understand more about this, now I understand more about that. Because as we go, for example, I don't know if this was what was intended, but looking at the sheet and looking also at the guidance in the text, right? When you get past the area that talks about the components of a character sheet and get into the 7 steps of creation, it's emotions, values, class derived, trusted characters, work assignment, age and gender identity, deviation, and name. And that takes you on a tour of the sheet, which teaches you a variety of subdivisions of the game. That section where you go into class derived, you then go to a different part of the book and you dig into all the class stuff there. And you not only have to make decisions there about class acts, which we'll get to that when we get to that, but in talking about class acts, and here when we get there, I'll direct us over to the handouts as well. I found inherently wanting to go over practical acts and social acts and undefined acts, so that you understand, like, as a point of differentiation, these class acts are specialized versions that are only available to you within your build under certain conditions. But they're relational, right? So we've ended up talking about them all together. Was that intentional?
Yeah, for sure. There is also another thing that I think is important to note when we're talking about class acts. We're going to get into more detail around them, but one standard misconception around tables that are new at this game is that class act works as like a limiter to the classes that are not having access to those class acts. That's not true. You can devise a plan for your prole to achieve the class act of a party official or a conglomerate official. It just takes thinking and breaking it down into parts and doing all of those things. What the class acts do, however, is that these are things that you won't have to figure out a complex plan to execute. These are things that are part of your work description, essentially. Meaning, if you go to work, you'll have access to them. That's how it works. So it's not saying that other classes can't do these things, but how would a prole go about granting someone else a vacation, right?
Well, right, and if you 100%, and if you do that, you're obviously like you're having to work out all of those steps. Even if it's something, if I'm hearing you correctly, even if it's something that would be available to you at your class, let's say that you're like officer, like bureaucrat level 2, right? And you don't take a specific class act, you can utilize that class act just in the way that you described. Like, you have to do other things to do something tantamount to that class act. It's not like you're locked out of it. It's just the difference is, if you have the class act, you can do it in 10 minutes. Like, you can do it, you have ease of access, essentially.
Exactly.
That's really important context. I think that's very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Because I can see how some people might miss that, but it is clear like, once you say it, it's clear that nothing in the system is stopping you, right, from doing that. Like, why would you not be able to? You could do anything in 10-minute increments as long as you can make it make sense. I love that. I think that's very cool. I have a lot of questions, by the way, about class acts and the way that works. And also, speaking of proles and like doing class acts that are not your class acts, I have a little bit more, like I have absolute clarity, I feel like, when it comes to accessing stuff that you're not supposed to have, right? The stuff that's above your trust level. When it comes to class acts and like levels, I did have a little bit in the way of questions about promotions and demotions.
Sure.
We'll get to those when we.
That's
when
a
we
whole different ballpark. Let's take that later.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that when it comes. The character creation. So we've gone over the emotions, right?
Mhm.
And the fact that these starting emotions are I mean, they're the emotions that keep the whole way through, but the level that they're at is their starting state on the day that we find our character.
Yeah.
Any given, let's say a character that we're creating right now. 1 is set to 5, 1 is set to 4, 2 to 3, 2 to 2, and this obviously matters a lot because there is roll over and roll under for the various kinds of values test. Roll over if you think a value is good, roll under if you think a value is bad. I got that right. So that is going to tell you already a lot about your character and your character's choices, and it does, even without a min-max brain, it does cause you to think about, well, if my character has is starting with low anger, let's say, and needs to roll under it for tell no lies or silences violence, because those are bad in my view, in my character's views of those values. What does that tell me about that person? How is that helping to shape who they are? The player who I was working with yesterday, who I've mentioned a few times today, was discovering in real time things about their character that they didn't originally intend, but that felt right to them through this process of engaging with these mechanics. Yeah. So my question there is, as we move past this point, I guess the last one before we get into like through values and into class, is what was, from a design perspective, what was intentional about that, about allowing that room for or incentivizing that sort of combinatorial discovery, or what did you find yourself surprised by in that when you took it into playtesting?
It was extremely intentional, the whole thing. The way I matched the shadow emotions with the emotions, and the way I linked up the values with the emotions. Like, I wouldn't be able to pinpoint exactly the thought process that went into every such value, because those thoughts are lost to me right now. Like, it's too long ago. I designed that part of the system, I think it's 6 years ago now.
Wow.
But I spent about, of course not in a linear fashion and not easily like identifiable, now I'm working on this one, but if I would like abstractify it, like pull it out, zoom out of it, maybe a week, considering the implications of what happens if I have these two shadow emotions to this emotion, combining that with the accessibility and changing through these values. It was a lot of that going on. It's really like I was playing with myself, like putting it together, like I'm building a puzzle and trying to make the image fit right. And the reason is, like, if you're looking at it and you do like a systemic breakdown of it, you'll see that there is some asymmetry in like the amount of times certain emotions gets called out as shadow emotions. And there's like the way that emotions shift in a campaign follows a certain pattern that is intentionally designed. I think anger and sadness tends to be like driven up slightly more than the other ones, but they also have less checks against them if you're looking like, so there's like this interplay here that it's only after you've played a lot that you will even be able to kind of feel that, but it is part of the design.
I love that. I think that's incredibly cool, and I'm excited to see how, especially since I'm playing with a table that is not consistent and has so many people in it, right? How those different variables bump against each other with their different builds for their whole social networks, right? Because
Yeah.
I think it's worth contextualizing. I know that this might seem obvious with what we've discussed so far, but again, with the tendency to over communicate for the sake of clarity, each resistance player is playing a social network, is not playing a character, right?
Yeah.
They play a character at a given moment in time, and then the other resistance players play the rest of their social network until they take over the next person in their social network when the person they're currently playing is vaporized. But ultimately speaking, I think this speaks to something you said a little bit earlier in the first part of this interview that we're conducting today, this video on this topic. They are a manifestation of a community. They are moving between perspectives within a community. If they have family members and their family member is a mother and a sister, they may very well end up playing their own mother and their own sister, and playing their own mother and their own sister after their mother and or sister has lost the person they're playing now and is no longer allowed to say their name or acknowledge that they ever existed, carrying that grief forward. So actually, before we go into the next step of character creation, what I'm discovering as I'm saying this out loud is I want to ask you about grief. And I want to ask you about the process of moving through loss in a community from a first-person perspective, where you are consistently playing the next person to die. Because from a mechanical perspective, you are. Even if that person takes however long, you're playing the next person to die in this community as they build out more community. And then all of those subsequent people lose that person and are no longer allowed to acknowledge they existed. What would you like to share about that?
So I think the most important thing here is that I have a bunch of hopes around this part of the design. This is stuff that I have not been able to verify. I've heard anecdotal stories told back to me from playtesters, but I don't know if it's like a consistent pattern or if it's like sometimes popping up. I'm not unsure. But what I'm talking about here is this. On the one hand, I wanted to prompt you to really think about the consequences of your actions so that it does not become frivolous. You can't become a murder hobo in this system.
Right.
Because that carries the weight of you having to actually think through, how did this affect the current me, which is the relative to the person I just played who got killed. And you have to really take that on in order to be able to play that at the table. Even if you're doing like a more playful, absurdist take on oppression, such as like inspired by Brazil or something like that, that still has symbolic weight to it. And my hope here is that it kind of... Okay, so I'm going to go personal here. I consider myself like an anarchist, militant person. I'm not against like active revolution pushing against oppressive forces. This is me personally. I'm not saying anyone else has to think anything like this to enjoy this game. But
sure,
that comes with the realization, like, if I do this, there are consequences. Am I ready for those? What do I have to consider in order to be able to even consider that type of act? And if we're talking about like the way this is felt throughout communities that are suffering through actual authoritarian regimes with boot on neck situations, right? It comes to a point where, well, if we don't do it, there is no us tomorrow, either way.
Right.
And that's kind of what this game is trying to talk about. Because as you are moving through these succession of grief stages, in a sense, you start realizing that this is part of that pattern. You start realizing that this is the utmost edge of this oppression. And so that's what we're dealing with. There's no denying that. There's no sidestepping that we are doomed in this setting. And so we have to do stuff to make the stuff we have mean something. And so here we come to the final part of this puzzle, the philosophical puzzle of that game design. Like, how do we make emotionally meaningful connections is the thing that I really wanted the outcome to be. That's why I market this as a game about hope. That's why I talk about it as a game about oppression and hope, because the hope is not that we're going to topple Big Brother. The hope is not that we're going to change the system from ground up and everything's going to be an amazing utopia. We can hope for that, but in this specific portrayal of resistance, the hope is human relationships. The hope is connecting. Right.
I love that. Yeah, go ahead. Let's take a quick pause. Yeah. And we're back, everybody. Welcome back to this part of the interview where we are going through the character creation process and some related ideas, which we have found in discussion is by design something that the character creation process invites you into. So you don't have to do it. The character creation process is very low cognitive load, but it leaves room there where you get naturally curious from what I've been able to find about, like, well, I want to know more about this thing and how does this work together with that? And it becomes a really interesting way to onboard onto understanding more elements of the game. So we're going to continue to go through the character creation process. As we do that, we will likely continue to go into related discussions following that same kind of curiosity. So we've talked about a bit about the emotions and the values and the interplay of those, establishing that the emotions reflect where the character is the day that we meet them, which is inherently a very important day in their lives. That is why we're meeting them that day. That can mean a million different things. So it doesn't mean it has to be massively dramatic. It could be their last day alive, or they could live X number of other days past that. But the things that happen on that day are consequential. The decisions they make are consequential. And one thing that I want to highlight, sort of a recap, bring us in from this break, that I thought was really, really important among many important things, that if you haven't watched the rest of this video yet, go back and watch the rest of it, because it had a lot of great stuff in it, does speak to the overarching design intentions here and worldview of this game. If the game can have a worldview, is bring yourself to it, right? So the negative space is there on purpose, and there are a lot of things that are not overtly delineated, but there is space to do, fully allowed on purpose that you do that. And also, who are we to stop you, right? If you want to do it at your table. Modeling transgression is important. So if you have a received value that is true at the level of the fiction, because this is the soup from whence your character was wrought, you still are able to feel complicated things about that value. Not just you above table, but your character can feel complicated things. They could not necessarily adhere to that value in the way that the conglomerate intends. Truthfully, what does the conglomerate intend, right? Yeah. The conglomerate is an entity. It is an AI, and it is a corporation, and it is a governing body that is enacting autocracy onto the lives of these characters. It's not a monolith either, you know what I mean? And trying to do what it wants you to do all the time is an impossibility. It's a Sisyphean task by design, right? So that tension is there on purpose, right? Embrace it, listen to yourselves as you're playing this game. Another part of that I want to highlight, and then we'll go into class here, that you mentioned that I thought was so fascinating and really important to spotlight, is that you can do things that aren't on your sheet but do exist at the level of design, right? So you can engage in a class act that is not your class act, that is not available to your class even. You just have to do component steps to do it, right? And there's different risks involved to that in a way that mirrors how difficult it is, to use your example, Ewan, for a prole to do something that that let's say a conglomerate official is able to do more or less at the push of a button, is able to do as a class act in 10 minutes of time in the fiction, could take days or weeks of planning for a prole to work out. We're not going to jump ahead to this. We are going to go to classes, but I do find that I need to tell you, there was this with the same player that I keep mentioning that I was working with yesterday. There was this profound moment of realization of the depth of the game design when we were talking about insurance. I know that can sound funny to the audience, but because we haven't talked about insurance yet in the videos, but there is an insurance portion of this under the rations, essentially, where you have critical injury insurance if you're a prole. If you're a bureaucrat, you have major injury insurance and critical injury insurance. So you always have, whatever is in the class beneath the one that you're in this hierarchy, right? You always have access to that stuff. So you have critical and you have major. And then if you are a conglomerate official, you also have minor insurance. We'll get into how all that works later when we get to that part of the game design. But the what I found so telling about that I want to share with you right now is, paraphrasing him, he roughly said, "Wow, I think this is the darkest part of the game design that I've encountered so far." And we'd already gone over like interrogation and stuff at this point in the conversation. He's like, because this is so relatable, it's so like, I think I'm gonna wait to go to the emergency room to get my coverage because I can't afford to get this looked at while this is so perfectly ported into this game. And it's a part of it a lot of people might not even encounter, rather, depending on the choices that they make and how they. I love that as a way of understanding lore, sort of, right? Like the rules of the world. And this is a world that still has enough negative space that you give us scaffolding, but this is our autocracy, right? It's based on our deviations at the table. There are things that can be added to that. What would you like to share about, from a game design perspective, as the creator of this game, as someone who teaches game design, as someone who cares about things philosophically and whose philosophical worldview informs this game design, about making that sort of revelation about the state of the world of this game and autocracy in this game through game design?
So I'm going to go at this. So there are so many different angles into this, but I'm going to go with a very gamist perspective here. So classes. We haven't talked about how to set up your class yet, but I'm going to have to talk about how class works before. So the higher up in the societal class that you are, the more surveilled you are. So if you're a prole, you have maybe like, I don't remember exactly the percentage numbers now, but I think you have like a 25% chance of discovery if you're doing something untoward against Big Brother or the conglomerate. If you're a bureaucrat, we're going up around 60 chance of discovery, or like 55. And then if you are a conglomerate official, you have like a 75% chance or like an 80% chance to being observed when you do something, right? That's one layer of this. And how does this connect to the insurance system? So the thing is here. So as a consequence, Big Brother, if you are exposing your character to situations where you might contract an injury, you need to have the Big Brother has to have enough points to give you an injury. All right. So let's say you're doing something. Let's say you're trying to infiltrate a thing and you're engaging in fisticuffs with a guard, trying to knock them out. Narratively speaking, you will succeed knocking them out. But in the process, Big Brother can say that you received an injury back, and it's a major injury, right? So as you are doing these types of acts, you risk physical injury. You risk getting observed. So there are two different juxtaposed risks that you're judging whenever you're doing something. One is the physical injury. If you're a conglomerate official and you have full coverage on your healthcare, no injuries is a problem for you, essentially. So the physical thing is less detrimental to you, but you're also at high risk to be observed at all times. As a pro, getting the physical injury is super dangerous and can be really detrimental to you. You might have to play like several episodes with a limp. You can't walk on your leg because you can't go to the healthcare services because your insurance doesn't cover it, for example. And so you have to allow it to get progressively worse until it's a critical injury, meaning that you're almost dying from it, and then you can get it fixed. But then you have to get to the hospital in a critical state. So
and you could die, and it is it's important to note that that is a way, because we talk a lot about vaporization. Your character can die downstream of a critical injury, not vaporized. So I mean, what I will say is, if a character dies, if I understand this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if a character dies that way, they are not vaporized, therefore they existed. Nope. People can talk about them the whole nine, but you're still switching over to another trusted character. They're still dead. It's still gone. That's fascinating. Yeah.
So that's the game design reason for the design.
I'd love to, as we go into class, and I do think this is a good way to go into class, I would love to hear a little bit more about how the percentages you just mentioned express. Meaning, can you tell the folks at home a little bit more about what makes it, at a mechanics level, less likely that a pro will get seen, middle ground, relatively speaking, that a bureaucrat will get seen, and almost guaranteed that a conglomerate official will get seen?
Yeah. So during gameplay, Big Brother is sitting there observing, generating points. That point generation happens through a roll called the thought crime roll. The thought crime roll is a hidden die roll that happens at every point where Big Brother perceives you as committing a thought crime. And this definition is a bit fluid, and the one rule deciding if it's a thought crime or not is if Big Brother can clearly explain, if questioned, which will never happen, will never be questioned, but internally you have to be like, would this be a thought crime? You have to really think through all the different ideas and rules and intent and whatnot. You have to engage with the narrative to that level to be able to like judge, yes, this is a thought crime. Most of the time you can bend the reality to where it is a thought crime. So that's part of it. So technically, as Big Brother, you're like, how do I make this a thought crime? How do I make sense of this as a thought crime? That's your task. You're doing that all the time. And you're rolling this die. And the die roll is then modified by the observed character's trust level. And since trust is tied to class, so if you're a conglomerate official, you start at 5 in trust. It adds 5 to that die roll. That die roll is a D10.
Right.
So that's basically it. And then each type of free act or class act might have an additional modifier to that roll, depending on
which then makes it numerically, functionally impossible in some situations if you're a conglomerate official to not be observed, right?
Yeah.
Because let's say that you have that 5, and then the act that's being engaged in gives a +2 to thought crime, right? Yeah. Then you have a +7 to thought crime. It's you literally cannot not be observed. Like it's at that point you have to be observed doing it. That is fascinating. I am going to have more questions when we get to it, and definitely in the Big Brother video, right? About like observation, meaning determining observability, right? Especially as it relates to potentially detaching devices, but like Those aren't the only devices in the world, right? And how careful are people being, and what fairness is in that situation? Because I understand that this is modeling an unfair system, but there's going to be an impulse on a Big Brother character's side, right? Player character's side, to think, well, but I should be governed by something, right? So it sounds like, to some degree, if I'm hearing you correctly, governed by your own self, right? Like, is the takeaway, which is an interesting philosophical thing that I find really compelling.
Technically, you are the autocrat,
right?
Yeah.
So you have to learn. You're confronting in yourself. How much of an autocrat are you, really?
Exactly. So I'm right now watching a series called Transatlantic, which is about resistance in France against Hitler. And there was a quote: "If you're looking for sense, there is none. That's the nature of fascism." And so that really resonated with these thoughts for me.
Yeah, no, for me too. And I think that's just so important coming into this game. And not to skip ahead, we're going to go to class now. But when we get to deviations, something we talked about in a previous video that I think is really important to repeat for folks, in case you just went to this one to talk about, like, character creation stuff, is the deviations create the oppression in the world. Meaning, like, by creating a deviation, you're saying, I could share this. The player I was talking to yesterday has a deviation where they want to plant their own food in their garden at home. So that can mean a million different things. And the thing is, another person could have their deviation be that they don't want to plant a garden in their home, which seems incompatible with this. And you can make it compatible. You can make it compatible a million different ways, because multiple things can be true at once. But fundamentally, I think what you just mentioned is what resonates with me most cleanly, which is the inconsistency is often the point in autocracy, in fascism, right? The fact that it makes reality unreliable is a feature, not a bug. And so I would encourage, if you agree with this, I would encourage everybody at home who wants to play this, including the other players at the table who are going to be playing this with me, any of you who are watching this, lean into that, right? Don't worry about whether it's sensible with the decisions that other players are making at the table. Lean into whatever your experience of that is, because that's what's happening to all of us in real world autocratic situations. Go ahead.
It does, like, bring up this role of bureaucracy. Most of the time, the thing that is like the interface between arbitrarily punishable acts and sense making is that there's like the state or the company or the whatever that role is steps in and explains why these weird things make sense, because there are rules and we have to follow these rules. So of course you can't plant veggies in your own garden unless you have form 1305X and you have the permit from the grocery producing company to then sell to them, because then it's okay.
And then there might be an expectation. And then it becomes not okay to not do it, is the thing.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
so what I'm toying with here is the actual, like, that you were vibing with, the city personality of ecological, spacious, and paranoid, right? So if you have, I want to grow veggies, and I despise people who hate veggies, like in the same game world, that's how I would kind of make sense of that as a Big Brother player. Like, it's heavily controlled. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
And so
100%.
How is that controlled?
I love that. I think that's so cool. And the thing is, so as the Big Brother player, and this is a good thing to talk about as we get into class, because one of the things that we're going to talk about with class is narrative control, like spheres of narrative control. As the Big Brother player, I don't control, since I'm going to be playing it in the campaign that this interview is connected to, I don't control a lot of things, right? But I do control the thought police. I do control the ministries. I do control Big Brother, inclusive Big Brother AI, and I therefore make sense, as you were noting, of thought crimes. To your point from before, nobody gets to ask me, what makes it a thought crime, because that's not how this works. I'm an autocrat. I decide what a thought crime is. It's up to me. Me as a real person above table, and me as the Big Brother player, right? And those are the things that you have to interrogate inside of yourselves. Is why do you, what I'm thinking about at least, right? And please elaborate on this, or if you feel that I'm missing a point, feel free to point that out. It feels to me that the design, which we'll get into in a future video, of the Big Brother player's experience is meant to, at least in part, create room for interrogation of why am I doing what I'm doing here? Like the game side of it incentivizes me to be as autocratic as possible, essentially. Right? In the sense of, if I, just from straight accrual, right? A lot of people love to accrue stuff. If I want to get as many suspicion points as possible, I need to be making everything into a thought crime. And I need to be making it so I can observe everything. And I need to, and I need, and there are things there, but there aren't hard stops on a lot of that. A lot of it is deliberately interpretable, a lot of negative space in there. I have to then think about, why do I want to do these things? And what do I really want to do in this moment? And on the one hand, I need to be comfortable being cruel, but for the sake of a good, right? Like, not cruel for cruelty's sake, not a sadism, right? But as an engine of hope, everybody else needs to have stuff to push against, right? If I'm pulling punches because I'm uncomfortable with what I need to do as the Big Brother player, then I'm not giving everybody else the function they need at the table. Go ahead.
Here comes the other thing here. What my intent with designing the play space for Big Brother is that you also learn about the thought process that real world oppressors are acting around. So it's not often the best thing you can do to just kill off the people, obviously the people who you are having as an antagonist. It's most of the time better to target their social networks. It's most probably better for you as the oppressor to insert paranoia. It's better to inject destabilizing things, because that paralyzes those players. And now we're talking,
and they're controlled elements. Well, and no, 100%. And they're controlled elements that you understand already. So if you take pieces off the board, like from a strategic perspective, dehumanizing the process in the way that an autocrat does, you are introducing more variables for yourself. But if you have known quantities that you already have invested resources into understanding how to control, that's in your self-interest, right?
And the reason for teaching that, I have to underline, is if we are made aware of those processes, how we navigate our own real world and understand the oppressors above us becomes much more tangible. And it insulates us from acting too harshly on paranoia, for example. It insulates us from isolating because of fear of these things, because we realize that fear itself is one of those tools. So that's the point of teaching that. Through game design in this case. And of course, I'm actually expecting the majority of players never thinking about these things, just playing with it as an entertaining game, just having a good time around the table. I'm 100% supporting that playstyle. But if we're talking about what I'm trying to say, that's what I'm trying to say.
I love that. And I love that you're saying that, because I got to say that's a big part of what's drawing me to it. And I just had a really interesting thought that I'm not going to say on recording, because this is probably going to be visible before it comes out. But I may be making an adjustment to something that I'm going to do with the campaign that I will want to talk to you about. But I love that. That's very exciting. Okay, classes. So there's 3 classes: proles, bureaucrats, and conglomerate officials, right? You pick a starting class and follow the instructions found under your chosen class character creation section, which is in chapter 5 of the book. There's also, for ease of access for the beginning of this conversation, the citizen class registry, the class sheet, right? Where you put the citizen's name, and you have a track on here. So what we're looking at here is Pro level 1 worker, Pro level 2 manager, perfect thing. There you go. Perfect. Exactly that. Bureaucrat level 1 clerk, bureaucrat level 2 officer, and then conglomerate officials or COs. And you're going from trust 1 to trust 2 to trust 3 to trust 4 to trust 5 there. Now, we've talked a little bit about how these break out, so people are getting into this part of the conversation not completely fresh. There are overlaps in narrative control spheres, and I'd love to ask a clarifying question here. So as a pro, you have narrative control over your trusted characters, your workplace, your home, the public pro quarters, and the impoverished places. Now, in the lists here, the impoverished places are only listed under the pros, but in a lot of other elements of class design, you basically get access to anything at your trust level or lower. So my main clarifying question for the audience at home is the intention here that only proles, current proles, get to define impoverished places while they are proles, or is it the intent that everybody can define impoverished places, but proles have a restriction to everything that they define above them, like everything that would be defined by bureaucrats or CFs?
Yeah, great question. No, the proles are the only ones who can describe it. If there is a prole at the table, because that's not always the case, right? So if there is a prole at the table, they define the impoverished places on their own. Or if there are several proles, they can collaboratively do that, right? So why I said if there's a prole at the table is because if there is no prole at the table, anything that's specific to proles that no other class covers in this narrative control thing falls to Big Brother. So in a game where there is a bureaucrat and a conglomerate official but no prole, suddenly impoverished places becomes the role of Big Brother to describe. And the reason for this is that there is a class distance between the bureaucrat, the conglomerate official, and what goes on in the impoverished places. So if you don't have a connection with the proles, those are dangerous places for you. So that ends up in dangerous area. So
that's perfect, which makes a lot of sense. And it's the same thing if you had a table of proles and they went to upper class establishments or low security government, which are solely the purview of conglomerate officials from a narrative control standpoint, then those spaces come under the control of Big Brother. And to further elaborate on this for the folks at home and make sure that I'm understanding clearly, what's interesting there too is you're playing a dangerous game if you're at a table and you don't have representation from all three of these classes at the table, because then whoever is not represented, that is in the same way as the character non-monogamy piece, right? Where like there's shared responsibility over trusted characters, including player characters who are not present, like meaning resistance player characters. If they're not, if the player above table is not present at the table, their character is a trusted character. It can be pulled in as an NPC played by somebody else at the table, and what that other person does is canonical, right? So this is a canonical game. It's not an anti-canon game. The canon is clearly established as the baton is passed. This is a baton passing of narrative control. So to my players, my resistance players with my Big Brother character there, you're giving me a gift if you decide to play all COs or all proles or all bureaucrats or leave one of the three out, because then all of a sudden I have more narrative control, at least for that session, right? Than I would otherwise have. And what I do with that is canonical. So then you continue to have to live with that after the fact.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Can you say a little bit more about that design decision? Like, how deliberate was that inherent pressure that might not be outside of the auspices of this kind of conversation tremendously obvious when building a character, but then that you would discover throughout gameplay.
So I would argue that that thing we're talking about right now, the way class connects to narrative control, is what I consider the central engine of tension in the game. There is a lot of other systems that provide like proper like tense moments, etc. But if we're talking about what the core conflict of the game is, this is it. Because Big Brother can demote a character or promote a character to shift you to a different class, to try to get more and more control over the world. That's the tug of war between resistance fighters and Big Brother. It's to control the area of the world that allows you to have more power. And it's the same for the resistance characters. They are constantly trying to get to the point where they have control over these three areas, because then they can define a lot around how the world works and have pretty free reign on that. And that makes the situation to generate points way harder for Big Brother. So you can have a period of relative peace if you hold that and play it well, if that makes sense. So
100%.
That's what's going on the grand scheme of things in a campaign. That's the back and forth. That's the
Let me ask you a question to try to take this into a concrete, for instance, right? Like exemplifying it. Let's say that you have a table of three, and one is a prole, one is a bureaucrat, one is a CO. And let's say that they decide together that there is a power outage, right? Yep. Let's say that they decide there's a blackout and there's a catastrophic failure of backups, right? Of whatever sort of, system they might have. So the power is out. If you have a prole, a bureaucrat, and a CO, in theory, everything other than the baseline things that are controlled by Big Brother, which are Big Brother AI, the ministries, and the thought police, right? Am I missing anything that Big Brother? Yes.
The devices.
Oh, right. And the devices, exactly. And the devices and strangers, right? Like whatever strangers come up are definitively my purview. So what ends up happening is a situation where I still control the devices, but the power's out. So a battery-powered device, like a device that does not require external power, is still on and usable. But any that are established to be reliant on external power, including power backups, gone. Because the players have narrative control over the whole world. So all of a sudden, it becomes much easier, relatively speaking, for them to be unobservable. Because maybe they have to detach from their devices. They have to take that risk. We'll get into what that means when we get into the moves. But the acts, right? But like that is already profoundly powerful just from having three people at the table who are all of a different class, and then them working together above table, which to be clear from a design intent, because some people may have a knee-jerk reaction, again, kind of from like a D&D brain world, right? Of like, oh, but maybe that's metagaming. It's like, no, though. Like, please tell me if I'm wrong. My thought is any critical thought about metagaming, like a disparaging, reference to metagaming, misses the point here to a significant degree, because you are supposed to have this narrative control. It is a democratization of what is typically GM tasks. So people are meant to be doing that, right? Like the idea is that they do that. That is rules as written. Is that accurate?
Yeah. That is completely accurate. And I think one thing that might have certain players like not liking the system is the slightly tricky part of jumping from meta perspective into character and doing that shift over and over again. I know for certain players who has different like preferences, that can be kind of jarring, because you have to kind of have one knowledge layer about what's happening in the meta layer, and then you're forced to take this perspective in that world and like limiting what
where
you're
you don't
acting
have
on.
it. Yeah, you don't have it anymore. So my question when it comes to that, because I imagine that my players in my campaign may like in the campaign that I'm a member of, may ask something like this, knowing them as I do. There is a limiter per player character, per resistance character, to say it plainly, of a certain amount of acts per phase.
Yeah.
Is there a similar limiter for how narrative control is expressed? I guess the question is, like, what is stopping them from just like establishing something like the for instance I just gave every single time? Is there anything stopping them? How should they think about it?
So, one thing to have in mind there is, since we have these, let's say, okay, so like this, there is one part of the world that is not defined by any of these classes, and that's all the ministries. It's the centralized power source of the world. And now I'm not talking electricity power, I'm talking like crackdown power. Right?
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking here is like, the space that Big Brother has in defining how the device actually works is like a thing here. And
I could decide everything has backup power, right? Is basically what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Built in. Everything has battery power that allows it to come up. And then I could use mini plenty and mini packs to come in and say like, hey, we're rationing the resources and we're imposing military, like, you know, there's a martial law and there's a, you know, all that stuff I can do instantly. So anything they can do, I can do better, essentially, in terms of avenues of control.
Yeah.
Is that the limiter?
Kind of. Like there is an aspect here, like there are certain, like if we're looking at, so this is definitely jumping the topic, I feel, but like if we're looking at the reaction tables of Big Brother, they are technically everything you're allowed to do as Big Brother, right? So as class acts work, they are things that you can do quicker. Whereas reactions for Big Brother is actual agency limiters. If it's not part of a reaction, you cannot do it. So that is technically what limits Big Brother's creativity when it comes to these things. So if you can, using any of the reactions, make up that 400 strangers come knocking at your door, you can.
100%. Yeah.
Right? So what that means is you're just putting that character in a situation where they have to choose how to react to this. Because giving physical injury demands that the character acts in a way that exposes them to risk.
Right.
So there's this... if we're talking about the world building and like setting up for certain types of resistance plans, for example, it is the primary limiter is the 10-minute act rule, and what Big Brother is not able to do using reactions.
That fully makes sense to me. I think that what I meant to be asking a little bit more clearly is like when the resistance player characters are establishing truths about the world, right? Is that is that full free play?
You get to describe locations. You get to describe characters that you're introducing to the scene.
Right.
That's kind of, because let's say you're in, like, if you describe, so we're in the food court and my sister is here and my sister is part of my family roster, then you are defining a lot of the stuff that's happening, right?
Of course.
You're going to be you can describe how the food court looks. You can describe if there are strangers there.
Right.
You don't have control over those strangers, but you can describe them.
Right.
Because both Big Brother and Resistance players can introduce strangers to scenes.
That does take an act, though, right? It takes a free act.
It is an act.
Yeah. And is it an act?
that,
I'm sorry, getting granular there, but like, is it an act where like one act for one stranger, or can you use an act to introduce a group of strangers?
It's actually one act for one stranger. So
that's what I thought.
If you want, if you want to have a scene with 3 strangers, the people with narrative control in that scene has to collaborate to like not expend one person's full act thing and basically make them passive for that whole scene. This is technicalities, but the reason is to collaborate around how to set up a scene. One important thing is that the 0 cost reactions for Big Brother, which includes introducing strangers into the scene, is no such limitation. So the example I said about introducing 400 strangers into a scene, you can do that whenever you wish.
And I love that in combination with the example that I gave, right? Because let's say that they do introduce the idea that there is a power outage. Not only can I then say, and our always-on devices are here to serve you, blah, 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 right? But I can also do what you said and say, introduce 400 strangers, because what happens during a blackout? People go outside, right? People connect up, and now suddenly they're dealing with a crowd of people that could have who knows who in it, a crowd that is extremely dangerous from an observation perspective, because now everything that maybe went out the window with those devices having gone out, aside from the fact that I can keep them from going out, is gone, because now they can be observed by people. There are people there who they can't. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that.
There's one scenario where this game kind of doesn't work as intended. There's just one. Okay. And that is when people are not collaboratively creating this world in a realistic way. As soon as you stop caring about realism and you just play the game as a gamist system, it doesn't work anymore. The reason for this is, if you don't care about the world and its internal logic that you're collectively building, being Big Brother is too overpowered. Being Big Brother means that you could just, in every scene, say like, there is literally no room in this location you're at because it's so filled with people, and everyone saw you all the time because I'm rolling now, and now everyone in here is a thought police agent as the results of those dice rolls, so you have nowhere to hide, you lost, sorry. That's technically how it turns into, if you're not 100%. Buying into the narrative.
Yeah, you need to be a good faith actor at the table, above table. Everybody involved, especially Big Brother, but arguably everyone, right? Because that's part of what I'm asking about there too, is like, if there's a player that wants to push at the edges of resistance player agency, that's essentially where I'm asking the question. And I'm not surprised that Big Brother is so overpowered in that gamist sense that it can never the asymmetry can never be overcome. That's the point, right? Like, that's the idea with what this game has to say, as I understand it. I also like to have the players at the table. I know I'm not the GM. I know they're not, but I like to have those players that are in the less powerful position be able to stretch their legs as much as possible. So that's kind of where I was asking. It wasn't more to clarify my intent there. It was more from the perspective of, I want them to be able to think as creatively as possible to come up with as much in the way of things to make my Big Brother-ness complicated, within the scope of the realism, right? To your point, this is a game that wants to live in that mode as I read it, right? It needs to be grounded in that kind of reality. Now, question. As we're talking about narrative control, and then I'd love to talk about a couple other things in the class nature before we get into what it's like to select things.
Before that, wait.
Yes.
I have a thing.
Go ahead.
I just realized what I didn't actually mention now, when you're setting up a location, you're describing a location, right? You're filling it with the strangers you want to populate it with. Big Brother controls strangers, blah blah blah. All of this we covered.
Yeah.
If you want to have a power outage, how do you make it happen? There's nothing in this world that doesn't happen by the act, by you. So you can't narrate as like a temporal happening that's outside of your control. Technically, it's doing this thing where, you know, computer games where the main character drives everything that's happening in the world by just... Yeah. So Skyrim comes to mind. Like, I'm now walking here and I'm doing this thing. Now I took this quest, so that made this happen. If I'm not doing this quest, nothing in the world will happen. That's literally the same thing in this game. If you're not doing things actively, those things won't come about. That's essentially what I'm saying.
I love that as a limiter. That makes a lot of sense. So what ends up happening, to take that example and put it into like concrete terms in relation to what you just said, if you have a prole, a bureaucrat, and a CO at a table together, and they above table want to make that happen, they have to each strategize about their use of their acts in their day, this day, to make it possible combinatorially, so that there will be a cascading power failure across all of their spheres of control. Because if you do the same thing but it's all COs, well, the impoverished places and the prole quarters are still going to have power, right? Because that's not under their control, that's under my control. Yeah, I think that's fascinating. I love that, and I love that clarification. That makes a lot of sense to me in terms of how this manifests concretely at the table. The question that I wanted to ask about this balance, actually, to take it that way, and this comes back into it's to the side of the actual character creation, but I think it's good from this is where the conversations have been going in terms of curiosity, right? That I've been having. Promotions and demotions, moving between levels. If I understand it correctly, you're a prole, you start as prole level 1. You're a bureaucrat, you start as bureaucrat level 1. CO, I love the implicit reference to Animal Farm there, the most equal of them all among the no distinct classes of the COs. It's very, very good. I wanted you to know I saw that. It is how do demotions and promotions function? I know they have to do with trust level alignment, so that people at home understand. That means that bureaucrat level 1 is set to trust level 3. Trust level 4 is bureaucrat level 2. So if you go from trust level 3 to trust level 4, you're up for promotion. If you, as I understand it, if you are at trust level 3 and you go down to trust level 2, now you're down to prole level 2 manager. How does it function? Because that happens in the sleep phase when you assess that. So does that change from one day to the next every session, and is it automatic?
It's semi-automatic. Okay. So there is a die roll involved that decides the outcome. So there is it's not that Big Brother 100% can dictate unless using a specific reaction. Right. That's another thing. So forced demotion or promotion is a thing, but that's a really expensive reaction.
And does not require trust level, right? As I recall.
Exactly.
Meaning it's entirely arbitrary.
Yeah.
And it rhymes with a different class act that allows for promotion or demotion, 2 different class acts that I think are available to bureaucrats or COs. We'll look at it when we get there. Yeah. But that also is relatively costly on that side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also ignores trust level, because you can do it without the trust level.
Yeah. So as soon as you have a shift in your trust level, that means next night you will be evaluated for promotion or demotion. depending on.
So that could be that
way
same night. That can be the
Yep.
night, the sleep phase of the day that you are in. Right.
Yeah. So one thing to note, that trust is shifted after surviving interrogations.
So sometimes
there
it'll be
is
the following night because
Yeah,
of that.
exactly.
Yeah.
So there is some kind of inertia in that system. It lacks, so to speak.
Good.
And there's also this other important thing that you asked how it works, right? So as you might imagine from like leveling up in D&D, you gain more and more access to things.
Mhm.
If you're promoted, you can choose between checking a new class act or shifting to next level. If you shift
Okay.
to next level, you have access to unlocking new class acts.
Right.
You can only use the class acts of your current level, not the things below.
Okay. Interesting.
Or above.
Not the things that, or above. So just wherever you are there, whatever you have. So there's a
Yeah.
bit of a mechanical incentive there, if I'm hearing this correctly, to try to maintain where
Yeah.
you are so that you can try
Exactly.
to access as much as you can in there. Okay.
Yeah. There is this other thing. There is some like social mobility here, if that makes
Sure.
sense. Like, there could be like, you've played this character for a while, Big Brother seems to never want to kill you off, right? For some reason.
Right.
And you realize in your plan making with your other Resistance player characters that you actually need to transfer ration credits.
Mhm.
But no one has that act. And you are right now a bureaucrat level 1. That means you just have to get promoted once to unlock that specific thing. So that could become a goal for yourself in game because you need access to that specific thing.
But then you have to trade off whatever you have now.
Exactly.
That will still
Exactly.
live on your sheet, essentially. So, like, if you
Yep.
get demoted, it would open up to
Yep.
you again.
Yep.
But
Yep.
you won't be able to access while you are an officer. You lose those
Yeah.
clerk privileges and you gain the officer ones.
Yeah.
And the second that you promote into officer, you're able to take a class act, or you have to
Yeah.
promote into officer and then also. Okay, perfect.
No, you get a class act.
Love that.
in
Now,
the new one.
question when it comes to bureaucrat, if I read it correctly,
Yeah.
it sounds like when you're setting up a bureaucrat to begin with, you take one level 1 and one level 2 class act.
Yep.
So you would only have access to the level 1, but with the idea that if you promote, then you would lose
Yeah.
access to that while promoted, and you would gain access to the one you already have, plus whatever second one you take when you promote into it. Is that accurate?
Exactly. So I'm just gonna find this out because I want to actually reread that rule snippet to myself, just so I'm
Sure.
I'm
Yeah,
not
happy to do that.
talking out of my ass, so to speak. Because I could
Well,
be.
I mean, no, but truthfully, also, you are the creator of the game system. So the game system is what you say it is, right? Ultimately, that is, yeah.
To some extent, but not really. So wait.
Sure. It's I'll say while you're looking that up for the audience at home. There are class acts and a version of class acts called resistance acts that are always considered treasonous, and we'll talk about the distinction between those as we dive into examples of that in the context of this section. But that are specific to each of these levels. There are more of them available by volume to conglomerate officials, because they have one level than each side of the bureaucracy or the prole. So when you're a prole and you're starting level 1, you have fewer options, but across the prole options, there are, I believe, 18. And then same with bureaucrat, I believe there are also 18 that are available, like 9 and 9. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 that I'm seeing here on the list for Conglomerate Official. So it is a comparable amount you have access to, but just once you become a CO, you have more of a pick list available all at once. And you don't have anywhere to promote to. So every time you gain trust, you would be unlocking another class act or relieving a stress, if I remember correctly.
Exactly. So I actually was wrong, but it's a tiny detail.
Go for
anything below your level, you are able to access those class acts. So
copy.
You have, like, if you're demoted, you get locked out of things you have unlocked. But
which makes sense because this is an unfair hierarchy, right? So I love that, because I love that decision that you made, because this is what I'm thinking, right? Like, I have a player, without getting into any spoilers, because I don't know when this is going to come out, right? And obviously we haven't played yet, but this is a little bit about player intent, who wants to start as a bureaucrat and may want to move down to being a prole, and may then want to pick up some abilities to do certain things a little bit more easily as a prole. And then who knows if they may, because essentially their intention is to defect, right? Is roughly, without getting into the specifics. And I don't think that that's spoilery for anybody to hear, because it's a pretty common thing, I think, to want to be interested in here. You start in a place of more privilege, and then you have an awakening, and then you're moving out of that. And there is a utility to moving into prole that you were talking about before, which is invisibility, right? You are less visible. So deliberately courting a demotion can be of interest to a player to get in, to become more invisible. And question, when you demote, do you take a class act, or do you only take a class act when you promote?
Let's see, actually, because this is these are just while I'm flipping through pages, these are rules that I have in play used 4 times in my own campaigns in total.
That's incredible. That's
incredible. It's not that usual, honestly.
Right. Is it not that usual because the resistance characters don't last very long? Typically, or
no. It's that trust don't shift that much for the most
because
part.
it has to be out of the interrogations, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That
exactly.
makes sense.
So there is a possibility you might actually want to get. So if you're a gamist person, you might want to get into interrogations so you can opt out and get but then you're sending out all your friends to survive, and then
right. And it becomes a question. I love that though, because while you're looking this up, I gotta talk about what excites me hearing that, because what I'm hearing is that the instrumentalization, which is to be clear, the dehumanization, right? Of the interactions here, the parts of it that take you closer to the game that I play as Big Brother, and further from the game that you play as a resistance character. The instrumentalization of that approach is inherently dehumanizing. As you said, you have to sell out your people, right? You have to sell out your people or other people's people, because you can, if I understand it correctly, not just sell out your social network. You can sell out other people's trusted characters. You can sell out other people's resistance players, and then give me as a Big Brother character a zero cost opportunity to call them into an interrogation whenever I want, anytime, right? So I don't have to act on it immediately. I can sit on it. And I can use it and build it, and then everybody above table knows that I sat on that, right? And feel that tension above table while having the dramatic irony of the characters not knowing, right?
Exactly.
That takes you got to learn a lot about yourself as a person above table, and then a lot about your character, and justifying to be willing to do that. What are they willing to sacrifice? To make that happen? It's highly, again, agency and consequence, right? I just had to express my exuberance a moment there with that, because that's very exciting to me as a design decision.
So, I found the rule. So as you're demoted, you do not get a new class act.
Copy. That makes sense.
So if you're a bureaucrat, level 1 bureaucrat, and you get demoted to a level 2 prole, This means you're actually an actless prole.
I love that. And then if you stay a prole at that point, like let's say that you have the opportunity to promote, which as you said is not that common because you have to increase trust. And to increase trust, you basically, so you have to go in as a bureaucrat and you have to sell people out and have your trust.
Or have love points so you can re-roll dice or all the other mechanisms around that. But
you do have love points. So to model it, since we're the framework for this discussion is character creation. With a bureaucrat, you start with 2 love, right? Like you start with, to go over to the character sheet a second, you start with 3 trust, 2 hope, and 2 love. Let's say that you get yourself into an interrogation. Let's say you're being very gamist about it and you deliberately get yourself into interrogation, right? Quickly move into that because that's the story you want to tell. It's what you want to do with your character. You're risking vaporization. So first up, right? Like your character might never make it to the demotion because they might just be gone. But let's say that your insurance policy on them being gone is your love points. And you utilize that, you spend a love on that. You are losing trust with that expense of love. And you are going down to trust 2 on that. Let's say you spend both of your love. You go down to trust 1, right? Does it stack like that?
No, I don't think so. No, okay. I didn't quite catch your example. Say it again.
So no worries. So you're spending love to be able to get through this, but you still want the demotion. So you have to be able to have your trust go down. So I guess let me throw it to you so that I'm not misspeaking. How does that function so that you are able to make it successfully through? You do not have to sell people out, but you're spending love in order to do that.
Yeah. So if a value test fails in an interrogation, because this is what we're talking about essentially right now.
100%. Yeah.
You can cooperate by betraying another resistance character or a trusted character.
Yes.
The interrogated player must name the character. The named character can be brought in for interrogation by Big Brother at no cost, but whenever he sees fit. The interrogated character also gains an injury note for each betrayed character. So there's no connection to the trust in that act.
Copy. It's just the loss of trust from failing the interrogation.
Exactly.
But in order to survive the interrogation, you have to sell out. And if you spend love points, you actually cannot lower your trust level. So the only way to lower your trust level is to sell people out. Yep. Functionally. Perfect. And either way, you're taking injury notes, and what it was that I was mixing up in my head here is the injury note piece. That you gain an injury note for each love point spent, just as you gain an injury point for each sacrificed character. So if you were to spend 2 love, you wouldn't lower your trust by 2. You would take 2 injury notes. And those injury notes are up to Big Brother, right? If I'm not mistaken.
So here's a quirk in the system. And this is really good to know. Because trust is essentially how much surveillance you have. There is no incentive for the conglomerate to demote anyone at any time.
Right. Because they want everybody to be COs, because they want everybody to be as surveilled as possible. Yeah.
Demotion happens as a reaction from Big Brother. It's an active choice from Big Brother. It's not part of the interrogation process. It's not part of any automatic result.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you correctly, they can go down to trust 2 and I can keep them as a bureaucrat.
Yep.
If I don't react with demotion, if I don't choose to do it, it does not happen.
And what we're saying here is not that, because the test still asks, have you gone down in trust level? Then you're up for demotion, right?
Right.
That's the player-facing rule. That's the resistance player-facing rule.
Right.
What is hidden from them is that the only way they can lose trust is if Big Brother says, I'm going to lower the trust level for this character.
copy. Okay, understood. Okay, so the trust itself doesn't actually go down unless I take the reaction to demote them. If I take
so
the reaction
reason for
to
this,
demote,
the reason for this is if you fail an interrogation, you die.
Right, 100%. Yeah. So if you fail an interrogation and don't sell anybody out, right? If you fail and you sell people out, you're allowed because you're useful to the state, right?
Technically, you've succeeded.
Right,
you succeeded
by giving.
So
but that's what I mean. Like, so you actually are up for promotion, and that's like you're able to be.
If you sell out people, you are up for promotion. It means two things. One, you are not as aligned with those people as maybe Big Brother first thought, but you're also extremely untrustworthy. So of course we're going to keep a tighter eye on you. So that we want you closer to the core of society. So of course you're going to get more money for it.
Yeah, well, and because you've also figured out, like Big Brother has figured out, this is how I get to this person. This is how I get this person to give me what I want, and now I know how to use this person as an instrument. They're an asset. They're made into an asset that allows for future selling out of people potentially, right? Okay.
This begs the question. This begs the question: at which points in the game can you see yourself demoting someone, giving them a lower trust level?
That is interesting. Let me ask the question. If it is in the circumstances of a character who is functioning as a part of the autocracy actively, right? Who is instrumentalized by the autocracy in some fashion, for their purposes, and then they want to defect. What would it take for that to happen? Because I would imagine that what's essentially happening in that situation is Big Brother knows the defection is occurring the second that they try to like disappear. So at that point, it's almost guaranteed vaporization if they're observed doing anything, right? Like the treason is on the surface. If a resistance player character wants to disappear in that situation, and they go through acts to be able to like disconnect devices and things like that, obviously I have the maneuverability to say, no, you didn't, essentially, right? But let's say that I allow that to play out. What would they be able to do? It's just up to me. Like at the level of the fiction, I keep myself honest at that point with, I think that a demotion might happen. Let's say that I use the move that allows me to make them the subject of 2 minutes hate, and I am publicly declaring them as a traitor to the state. That is going to make it a lot harder for them to hide in general, because they're extremely visible. But that could potentially justify a demotion because I need to be shown to be distancing the state from this entity, right? And then if I vaporize them down the line from that, then I just use the propaganda machine to act as though they never existed at all, even after. So maybe a situation like that. Does that sound like it aligns with the
narratively speaking, yes. That's definitely how I would like explain it or like reason around it. So it's also completely possible, since you're playing this strategy game, if we're looking at it from that perspective, let's say you're overhearing the resistance players constantly meta talking about their plan to do something. And character X is integral to this plan. That class act they have is really important for them to be able to use. Demoting that character as soon as you can becomes very important for you, because then you can shift them downwards, and then suddenly they can't execute their plan. That's the whole point of this.
And do I need to wait for the sleep phase to do that demotion, or am I
Yes.
able to run that as I am? Perfect. I love that limiter. I think that's fantastic, because that gives them a chance to try to, like, they have a ticking clock, right? They have to work against the clock to try to get that done. And I can, with a reaction, demote them absent an interrogation, right? Essentially, like I can decide, as long as I have the ability to do it, I can just do it. And then that also incentivizes anybody at the table who might have the ability to promote regardless of trust level, to do that. Now, when I demote, to make sure we're being abundantly clear for everybody at home, when I demote in that situation, that automatically ticks their trust down from like 3 to 2 or whatever it is, right? Like the demotion enacts that. Perfect. I love that.
It's actually the reversed. So the reaction you have, access to as Big Brother, moves your trust point, and then as night comes, that results in a demotion. So it's not a consequence of demotion that you lose a trust. It's the other way around. But
I take the trust away. No, but 100%. But it's important to point out. So I take the trust away first, and then at the sleep phase, it is declared that the demotion has been processed. I love that. I think that's really interesting. Back into the character creation parts of class, right?
Perfect.
Digging in there, as we mentioned before, there are fixed values. Prol that starts at Prol level 1 starts with just 1 trust, starts with 3 hope, and starts with just 1 love. So highly expendable, but also less visible in ways we described, less surveilled, better said. And with that 3 hope, able to engage in more uses of class acts without it being a thought crime. So what I mean by that, if I'm understanding the rules correctly, is there's a hope cost to class acts. If you spend hope on the class act, you and it's not inherently a thought crime, if it's not a resistance act, which is always treasonous, you are able to do it. And sometimes there's variances to that, wherein like using a free act as an example, if you use leisure time to try to clear stress, that can be done without it being a thought crime in the correct phase. But if it is done during a work phase, then it is a thought crime, and then would be observed. The same way befriending is a thought crime if done during work, that sort of thing. With these 3 hope, you have a little bit more agency in a sense, like maneuverability to use those class acts. I'd love to zero in for a second on the use of class acts absent of hope, right? Because with a bureaucrat, you start with 3. You're a bureaucrat level 3. You start with 3 trust, 2 hope, 2 love. As a CO, a conglomerate official, you start with 5 trust, but only 1 hope and 4 love. And for example, one of the resistance player characters at the table with me has already asked me, hey, I only have 1 hope. What does that mean in terms of my use of my class acts? I'm like, yeah, that is what you're supposed to feel, is the thing. But as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, let's say that you spent that hope and you want to do a class act again. What happens, a class act that's available to you? Because we've already established that a class act that is not available to you, that has not been selected, that has not been earned on the sheet yet, you can do something tantamount to that, but you have to do other things that are a component piece of that. To do a class act that you do have access to, but you don't spend hope on it, is a thought crime, if I understand it correctly, right? So you can do it, but it's a thought crime. So explain to the folks at home what that means, how that changes things. Right. What is the incentive to spend? And then especially when you have to spend hope on a resistance act, which is always treasonous, how do those 2 things break out?
So essentially, since you have narrative control over your workplace, you are defining what types of machines you have access to, what types of equipment you have access to. You always control your work session, your workplace, so to speak. Meaning, all of the bureaucrat level 1 or level 2 class acts are connected to what you can do in your workplace. So of course you can just do them in that workplace. You have free access to that workplace. It's not a thought crime for you to exist in that space, right? If you don't have hope, it's going to be stepping outside of your everyday kind of like business.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you're doing something irregular at your workplace. Like, I'm going to use the photocopier, even though I don't have a project where I have to copy things, right? So,
right.
Whatever it is.
No, which then, to your point, becomes observable, right? Because people are like,
Yeah.
why are you over at the photocopier? Yeah.
Exactly. So this is in a kind of abstract way, that's what I'm portraying here. If you have hope, it's using your work in clever ways that make sense for you,
Right.
so that you can get away with it.
Right.
Because what I'm trying to say there is, if you have hope, you'll be inventive and you'll figure out ways to do this. If you don't have hope, you're going to be defeated and you're going to do mistakes when you're doing these things.
That, I love that. I think that.
But I don't, yeah, I wouldn't like go too deep in the analysis of what that says about hope as a thing.
Sure.
Because I don't think that's how hope works.
Of course. But what I mean, there's a degree to which it's a game mechanic, right? But but I do think that's a cool idea. So then let's talk a second, because this is a part of the character creation at this point, right? Because when selecting the class, you're also going to be selecting the class acts that are prescribed in the text, however many you can get of whatever sort, depending on the class that you're setting up. And I want to give people the context for, okay, why would I want to select a specific class act? And specifically, why would I select a resistance act that is always treasonous? And from a mechanics perspective, why would I spend hope on it if not spending hope is a thought crime, and a resistance act is is always treasonous? Why would I spend hope on a thought? Why wouldn't I always just do it for free from a gamist perspective?
Yeah. So if you're a pro, it's tricky for you to plant evidence that is believable, narratively speaking. If you're a bureaucrat, I'm lying. If you're rules-wise, pros have the class act of plant evidence. Pros have an easier time doing it because they have access to spaces. That's the logic here. So that they have, like, let's say you're working as the cleaner in one of the office buildings. You will have an easier time planting evidence in that.
And you're less surveilled. You have access and you're less surveilled. Yeah.
So it costs you 2 hope to plant evidence. It's a resistance act. You don't know if you're going to be observed or not. As a pro, you're less observed, meaning you have an easier time getting away with it than, for example, if you're a bureaucrat planting evidence. So it, on a kind of like what this does to the game space, or like the locations actually, it says that if you're a bureaucrat in your workplace, you are more confined to your regular pattern than a pro.
Yeah.
And if you play in a team with like a pro, a bureaucrat, the bureaucrat can define the space that the pro is navigating.
Right, which is great, because then that is very helpful combinatorially.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
So then you can lower even further the amount of surveillance that specific planting of evidence would get, right?
Right, that makes sense.
So there's like a lot of playroom around these things. So a resistance act is only bad for you if it's found out.
Right. So that becomes the question. So the observability, I fully follow that piece. The spending of hope essentially creates a situation where there is less likelihood of a thought crime roll, whereas if you take the act without spending hope, there's a guaranteed thought crime roll. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So one thing to note is that for playing the class act plant evidence. You don't have to narratively have discovered this evidence. You can invent it while you play the class act. If you do it outside of the class act, you would have to describe all the parts that allows you to plant the evidence. So that's the difference. Like basically all the class acts are like bypasses. That's what they are.
It makes it easier. You give agency is what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah.
You have more narrative control because as you're saying, like you to compare it a little bit to like flashbacks in Blades in the Dark or something, right? Like, or in any kind of heist movie, right? Like it's like you have the control through the plant evidence you want to spend 2 hope on. It doesn't govern whether or not you're observed. What it governs is how much narrative control you have over that.
Exactly.
So if you spend 2 hope on that, so then what if you're not spending 2 hope on that? You can do it, but you have to do the component pieces.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. So the hope cost is to sidestep spending a lot of time on figuring out how to make the plan. Instead just do it. That's really what it is.
And then getting into the fact that this is a resistance act that is always treason, right? That is different than a different kind of class act. Because a different kind of class act could still be observed, still be assessed to be a thought crime. But because this is treason, right? It immediately allows, if I'm reading this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, it allows me to immediately pull somebody into an interrogation if I catch them. Right? So that's the big risk there, is whether they're doing it with 2 hope and then they have more narrative control, or they're doing it without spending hope where they have to describe the component pieces and also probably spend more acts on doing it, right? Because the component
more
pieces,
observations, meaning more points to Big Brother, but that doesn't necessarily convert into an interrogation. That's up to Big Brother, right?
100%. Yeah, and that's and the thing is, and it's slower, to your point. Like, it's not just slower at the level of the fiction, it's slower mechanically, because like now all of a sudden I have to spend an act finding this, I have to spend an act moving it here, I have to spend an act planting it there, as opposed to, hey, I'm going to plant evidence and this whole action is just taking up one of my all these pieces are taking up one of my acts. That makes a lot of sense to me. And then the main risk obviously being that, like, instead of waiting for interrogation at the bottom of the day, I can just pull them out in the middle of the session and they're out question. If I do that and I do their interrogation in the middle of the session and they're vaporized, are they out for the set? Are they out for the rest of that cycle? Are they one of their trusted characters? Is it up to us?
It's up to you. The way I usually play it is that they start playing one of their trusted characters at once.
100%. Yeah, I mean that's what I think I would want to do too. I mean, they need time to do the sheet, right? Yeah, exactly.
It takes some time to fill out and like fully create the character, but then just as soon as that's done, you're back in business basically.
I love that. I think that is extremely cool. So just checking in on time here, would you like to take a quick break, like a 5 or 10, and then we come back to keep going?
We could take 10 minutes, then I can make some coffee. That would be cool.
Yeah, please. Go ahead. That sounds perfect. We'll be back at 55 past the hour. I'm going to pause.
Perfect.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to our deep dive here on character creation and all of the various elements related to character creation that give you a really good, grounded understanding of what it is that you should be keeping in mind. Not necessarily that you have to keep in mind from a cognitive load perspective, but those of you who are watching this want to know more details on how things came about and how things are going to function at the table. So we're doing our best to deliver on that. We were just recently talking about class selections, right, which you're able to see on the class sheet. You're also able to see in the primary text of the game, and so that you can see descriptions of the various kinds of acts that are available to you among class acts that include resistance acts. And we delineated that resistance acts are a way to do a lot more in less time in game, because you can essentially, using the example that Ewan brought up before, that was so great. If you're a prole and you're planting evidence, you're able to plant evidence at the level of the fiction more effectively because you're less surveilled and you have access to certain spaces through your work. that would allow you to do that. You can work together with members at the table of other classes who have narrative control over the spaces that you're planning evidence in, to make that a little bit easier to get away with, potentially, right? As long as everybody's putting thought. Yeah, potentially. As long as everybody's putting thought into that. Big Brother always has an asymmetrical power advantage that is substantial. So mileage varies. It's all about good faith engagement at the table and what makes sense at the level of the narrative. That move lets you do things that, if you break it out into component pieces, that act, that class act, resistance act specifically, lets you put a bunch of things together that otherwise you can effectively do, even if you do not have that class act on your sheet. But in order to do that, you would have to do its component pieces. So it would take a lot longer mechanically, because you have the restriction of each act has to be 10 minutes of time in story, right? Like in the world of the story, has to be something you could reasonably do in that time. So you would have to find the evidence. You would have to transport the evidence. You would have to plant the evidence. That's at least 3 acts to the one that you're spending hope on, right?
And at least 3 thought crimes at that.
And at least 3 thought crimes. Yeah, potentially giving, Big Brother player over here, suspicion points galore, right? So that is well worth considering. Whereas the Resistance Act has the risk that if it is observed, it is always treasonous. So it allows the Big Brother player to pull your character in for interrogation immediately, not having to wait for the sleep phase. But if you get away with it, like you're rolling less often, so it's less likely that you're going to run into an issue mathematically. So that is very helpful, and also it allows you to do more things, right, with each phase of the game. So that is where we just were. Where we're going to go to now in this overall breakdown of the character creation process is stress. Because stress, which we talked about a little bit in a previous video, we want to make sure everything is abundantly clear here, is a mechanic that impacts every role, potentially, that you, like every act that you take, right, is impacted by stress. The way that stress works in this game, if you have 1 stress, you don't have to roll a stress die. You get the first one for free. If you have 2 stress, you roll a d10. If you have 3 stress, you roll a d6. If you have 4 stress, you roll a d4. As you had mentioned very well in a previous video, if you have 4 stress and you gain more stress, you're functionally immune to stress, because it's already bad enough to have a 25% chance of fumbling in a way that we will describe now. You do have mechanisms through which you can lower stress, such as, for example, taking time to wind down, which in some phases of the game are thought crimes, and in some phases of the game are not, but always do cost you an act. And if I read this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, also end the phase. So there's a limiter there where you can only do 1 per phase. You can't wind down across all of the morning phase and then take 3 stress off. You can at most take 1 stress off, and it has to be the last thing you do for that phase. Can you talk a little bit about those design decisions, how stress is accrued and how stress is reduced?
Yeah, so you gain stress by pushing through emotions. So whenever you do an emotion check and you fail, you have a choice to either take stress, or you have to include an emotional outburst in the way you do your scene. Emotional outburst is a little chart with 3 to 4 different emotional reactions to something that you then have to include. So if you have an anger outburst, for example, maybe you lash out against someone, acting out your anger. Or if you are taking a sadness outburst, it could be sitting down crying, not continuing doing the thing. It depends. And it's your choice, whichever of those that you pick. The other choice you have is to take a stress. So basically introducing future complications instead of complication in this moment. That's the actual choice you're making. So stress works in a way that is basically inviting complications. You will always succeed with the thing that you say you are doing, but you roll a die to see if it ends up a 1. If it's a 1, Big Brother gets to complicate the scene in some way.
Now, to be specific for people at home, when Big Brother gets to complicate the scene in some way, is that essentially a free action, like a free? Like, does Big Brother spend I know that everything is limited by, it has to be interpreted by a reaction, right? Yeah. So it needs to be at least a 0 cost reaction, but it's an invitation to come into that narrative control and impose a reaction on that narrative control. Is that accurate?
Yeah, exactly. And essentially, in no other place is Big Brother forced to complicate the scene.
Copy. Understood. Just on a fumble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So at that point, you are basically getting to describe something that makes the situation bad for the player. It could be, oh, I'm going to introduce a new stranger into this scene. Why didn't I think about that earlier? Because I could have, but now I'm forced to, right?
Right.
So it's a bit like, to some extent, you could argue that it's like, is it really that different? But it is, because you're forcing Big Brother's hand by doing that. So
well, and in a way that is overtly intruding, because you do succeed still at your act, but is intruding on that otherwise sacrosanct narrative control, right?
Yeah.
Because a part of that established narrative control, and I do think that even if it is functionally fairly similar in the sense of like Big Brother could have done something then anyway, it matters as a choice because it feels like it's the resistance player's fault, right? Like they feel responsible for it in a way that they wouldn't if the Big Brother character or like player character or Big Brother player would just act anyway. Then it's like, oh, Big Brother's being so mean, but here it's like, oh no, I messed up. I didn't handle this the way I should have. Yeah.
Exactly.
I love that.
So that's the exactly. That's the game psychology coming in here. And I think I mentioned in a previous episode that the hidden die roll for Big Brother is essentially a tool to make the resistance players nervous. That's really what it's about. Like it could have been done in many different other ways, but this is the reason why it's a roll behind the closed curtain. That's the reason, right? So there's a lot of those things going on here also. Stress functions in a similar way. It creates a specific type of interpretation on the play space. That's what it is, technically.
That makes sense. So, and every class starts with a certain amount of stress. A prole starts with 1 stress, a bureaucrat starts with 2 stress, and a conglomerate official starts with 3 stress, because it's stressful to be visible, right? But it's also stressful to be anybody in this environment. I love that. And then lowering stress, right? We talked about being able to lower stress in relation to stress that is accrued the way you described, but stress is also accrued a second way, right? In relation to injury. And in order to remove that stress, you can only remove that stress, if I understand correctly, by getting the injury treated.
Yes.
And in order to have the injury treated, you have to have the insurance to have the injury treated.
Yeah.
So if a prole gets a minor injury, not a big thing, minor injury, they are either going to have to claw their way up to CO or let it get bad enough, which the way it gets bad enough, tell me if I misread this. It seems that every day you add a tick to it, and then every 4 ticks, it goes up. So realistically, if you, in your first session as a prole, get a minor injury, you will not be able to treat that injury until 8 sessions later, when it becomes a critical injury, if you haven't been there, and it's been getting worse the whole time, right? Halfway through that, it made its way to a major injury. And obviously you can do stuff in between, like major injuries covered by bureaucrat. So instead of clawing all the way up, you can get up to bureaucrat by the time you hit major injury, or like roughly in that timeline, and then get it covered. But the point is, you're going 4 to 8 sessions minimum, it looks like, in that kind of situation, not having that resolved and having to carry the stress from that you cannot get rid of.
Yep.
And you can accumulate multiple injuries, so that you could have a full stress track of just injuries at different levels that you can never get rid of unless you get medical assistance. Now, is that the only way to be able to go to get through insurance to be able to get rid of an injury, or is there anything else that anybody can do to get rid of it?
So I've allowed at the table as a facilitator of this game. Since I'm person writing rules, people have tended to play it with me as in, is this correct? And I'm like,
no.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
So if someone can tell me the story that they go through to find that back alley surgeon, for sure.
Copy.
It's going to be a thought crime. It's going to be treasonous. It's going to be horribly dangerous. But of course, if you describe that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and what's interesting there... Go ahead. You had to what?
To do that, you have to invent the trusted character.
Right.
Get me to roleplay that character so that he helps you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because you're inventing a stranger, right? So they're inventing this stranger exists. It's a shared character, but it's not yet a trusted character. So then they also have to befriend that character.
Exactly.
Then they have to spend whatever actions they have to spend to pull off the doing of the thing.
Yep.
The whole thing is highly treasonous and a thought crime.
Exactly.
Whether it is and possibly a honey trap, because even if they make it a trusted character, and this is a good way to get into trusted characters also, even if they make it a trusted character, if they're a friend and not a family member, that trusted character can still revert to being a stranger under given conditions, right?
Yeah.
My understanding, if I read this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, is once a character is a family member, they cannot revert. They can't revert to friend. They can't revert back out. So there is an incentive there to some degree to make as many trusted characters family members as possible, because then Big Brother doesn't get control of them back.
Yeah, and
however,
here I want to say something before we go into that.
Yeah.
I don't define relationship status or type of family here. And that's very intentional, because this can be extended family. This can be, it's on familiar level. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, chosen family as well, right? People who feel like you have that closeness. I love that, and I think that's such a smart design choice and perfectly in line with the ethos of the game as I understand it, as I receive it, right? I want to mention is there is still something on my as Big Brother player on my side of the game that I'm able to do to turn a trusted character. Would you be able to talk us through a little bit of that so that people understand that as we get ready to explain what it is for them to make a trusted character?
Sure. So there's a few things that come to mind actually by this question. So there is a reaction that transforms a trusted character into a thought police agent. That is essentially, you're still not going to roleplay that character as Big Brother, but it becomes like an observer. That character will report whatever is happening there. What it technically is a modifier to the surveillance role.
Copy.
Yeah, the thought crime role. So it gets easier to spot things as that happens. Also, it unlocks certain types of what you can do with the observation. There's this whole little roll table, the result table for the observational roll, and depending on your result on that die roll, stuff might happen with these characters. Right.
That makes sense.
So that's like an infiltration rule. That's the way if you're playing it as Big Brother, you kind of want to turn trusted characters into thought police agents, because then you will accrue more points as the game goes on, and you will be able to do more reactions.
Question about that. Since these are also people's backup characters, have you run into situations where a thought police agent becomes a resistance character?
Yeah,
and if so,
definitely.
what happens? So what happens in that kind of situation?
Yeah, I tell the player that your character has been a thought police agent.
Love that.
And then they have to roleplay changing their mind around that or something, right? So
I think that's fantastic. So you lose it. So when they move into role playing that character, you as Big Brother lose that asset as it transforms into a resistance character. Copy that. Understood.
Yeah. Exactly.
I like that. That's awesome.
So,
and otherwise, you don't have to worry about impacting the role play at all. So the player characters don't need to know that you've done that. They continue to role play as is, and just outside of what is seen in the story, they are reporting.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna check actually the reaction tables for Big Brother while we're talking about this, because I think it's so you have a bunch of 2-point reactions for Big Brother contain, for example, rumors of undercover agents 2 times. So there are 2 different versions of that. One is true rumors and one is false rumors.
Right. I love that.
So it describes it as rumors circulate about the presence of undercover agents. A stranger is overheard by the resistance character. The true rumors are true. And sometimes you want to do that without the rumors being true.
Right.
So what we're saying here is like, during like, so 3-point reactions. Infiltration is one of them.
Yes.
Turn a trusted character into a thought police agent. Right? That one has no clue about what's happening. So that one goes unnoticed by resistance characters. I'm going to see. I might actually have removed that. There was a Big Brother reaction before, and it might still be in here because I'm just looking through it now and I might miss it.
Yeah. Sure.
But there was previously there was a turn a character into a thought police agent. The resistance players characters noticed something, but not defining exactly what. So you had to kind of give them a hint that something was off.
I love that, and you could do that. You could do that through like atmosphere. You could do that through like a stranger being strangely familiar with that trusted character. That is anything that would create suspicion at the level of the fiction.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. And I think I actually separated those things, because in free reactions now you have introduce something minuscule shifted in a secure location for the character, so you can like make them distrust the scene, so to speak. And I think Absolutely. I decoupled that actually.
The thing where suddenly everything is 1 inch to the left or something.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something they knew they left closed is now open. I do see also that you have separate here under 3-point reactions. Misplaced trust. A resistance character is betrayed by a friend. And that leaves that open in a different way, because betrayed by a friend, I imagine then I as Big Brother am able to define the nature of that betrayal.
Exactly.
Whereas being a thought police agent, like you said, is a specific thing where they are reporting consistently. So even if they were to decouple from their devices, for example, if that trusted character is present, they're being observed.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's a honeypot. There's a lot of good stuff. We'll get into this. I'm very excited to talk about all the selfishly very excited to talk about all the Big Brother stuff because I'm going to be playing that now. But to get into family and members and friends, because I did want to make that clear in previous videos and all that, we had talked about how these are backup characters, they're extra lives essentially, that they are shared responsibility, that everybody at the table through character non-monogamy is responsible in a relay race for playing them and establishing canon, that this is a canon game. So that what they do is canonical. As you pick up the baton, you can reinterpret why they did it. You can, as long as it all makes narrative sense and you're not erasing something that happened, in good faith, everybody is building that out. Depending on the class that you pick, you are able to have differing amounts of family and friends. And as we noted already in this conversation, family members are a bit more securely held, let's say, trusted characters that cannot then be revoked, whereas friends, under certain conditions, can be revoked. Can you talk a little bit about that design decision and how that functions?
On why they are different amounts?
Why they are different, why they're different, and then also like leading into how you can, we know how you can gain a friend because that's befriending, how you can lose a friend essentially.
Okay, sure, for sure. So I wanted to shape play for the different classes. What will you be engaging with the most, right? So as a pro, you have one family member and a bunch of friends. So essentially you are more easily infiltrated as a pro than if you're a conglomerate official. There is more like space for that in your social network. So one thing that once players start figuring that out, they start to engage more in like befriending, making like turning friends into family members at a higher rate than corporate official players, because they tend to lean more into, well, I'm not observed, so maybe I can go out and do all these things that set us up for better things easily. And there are like certain like gameplay dynamics that I wanted to shape with this type of difference between the classes, if that makes sense.
Sure.
In terms of losing friends, I might be misremembering or like forgetting about some specific thing, but the main way that you lose any trusted character is by Big Brother just taking them out, killing them off. That is the primary way, I'd say. There is a risk when you're trying to turn a friend into a family member. You are running a risk of them becoming estranged instead. Like
that's exactly what I was referring to separately. Yeah, that they become a stranger and then they're mine again. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's a die roll, if I don't misremember. I think it's if you fail the emotion roll that is demanded during that act, then that friend feels offended or scared or something else as a result of that interaction. Like you overstepped your friendliness. That's basically what we're saying. So that they basically step away from you. They still know you, right? They're still a character that your character relates to in some way, but something shifts and suddenly they're Big Brother territory.
And that's the thing, and I get to take over a character that they cared about that was also a character that they would potentially play, and they're losing that. I love here I want to talk a little bit about free acts in relation to that, if that's okay, because there's a whole line of free acts here that kind of work in a row, right? Like befriend, because this also includes like anybody who you pick up as a member of your social network as you play, so not just the starting ones. the starting ones is 1, 2, or 3 plus 1d4, etc. The friends, like family members, friends, that you essentially that you get to play, have in there, and you just put in like name, age, and class, I think.
Yeah.
And everything else you discover at the table, and then when you go to pick up that character, you fill out anything that you wouldn't have already known, right? Like you take the information from how they were played by everybody at the table, and you use that as a basis to build out the rest of your character sheet. Befriend leads to potentially deep connection, not necessarily, it doesn't have to go in this role, right? But in this order, but describe how your resistance character engages in a deep, vulnerable, and heartfelt conversation or activity with another character, which is already going to be inherently risky. And I'm going to be Big Brother's happy over here. That's a lot of thought criming going on, and the table collectively decides whether this is true or not.
Yeah.
If this is done with a trusted character, gain one hope point. So you can do that with a trusted character and gain hope, and that gives you more. You're spending an act, right? So you're spending that side of your economy, right? But you're gaining hope to then be able to potentially access more class acts through the expenditure of hope, while risking a thought crime, and it helps you to do that with a trusted character. So having more trusted characters is another thing that helps. The act we were talking about is extroverted romance/affection. Describe how your resistance character shows affection and love toward a shared character. So that can be a stranger also, since it says shared character, that they are not in a family relationship with. But here's the trick. It includes 3 value tests. That's very risky. And then if any fail, any of the 3 fail, the other becomes hostile. And if the other was a friend, they revert back to stranger. Yeah. So that's what I mean with that is making them a family is very powerful, because you get to keep them and they won't revert. Here's the last part. If successful, you gain 2 love points and may add the other as a friend, or if they are already a friend, they can become a family member. So you don't have to do it. But again, not to make it overly gamified in the approach, right? Or overly toyetic, but if you want to get more love, to try to survive more of these, you get injuries through the use of love, and you got to watch out for that. But to try to survive interrogation more, you want to connect with more people, and you want to connect with them more meaningfully. You take a risk like this, and there's a lot of risk, but a lot of upside, right? You can potentially get another family member and 2 love. And here's the kicker. There's another act past that: family romance/affection. Describe how your resistance character shows affection and love toward a family member. Only 1 value test. If it fails, the interaction is observed by someone and they notice some kind of usually hidden emotion. So the risk there is in the targetability, essentially. I mean, me gaining more of my suspicion points, but also as Big Brother, but also at the level of the fiction, you and the person you care about are observed in a way that is not good for either of you. And then if successful, you gain 2 love points. So once you get through the gauntlet of extroverted romance affection, and affection, I imagine, as delineated from romance, can be non-romantic affection, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So you go from having to do 3 value tests to having to do 1, from being able to lose control over this character to having a character that you can never lose control over unless they are, vaporized, right? And in both cases, gaining love that will help you survive, because the game is teaching us, if I'm reading this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, that in each other is where we find survival, right? In community is where we find this. I think that's very elegantly designed, is why I just went on a whole thing describing the whole deal there. I wanted to really point out to people that in connection to making family and friends, and in the context of what you said about family being about importance of relationship to the character that you're playing, not about literal, biological or otherwise legal familial bonds, right? It can be, but it doesn't have to be. That is really interesting to me, and I'd love to hear anything you'd like to share about your thought process in building out that whole part of the social network. You talked in an earlier
Yeah.
video about how if there is like a min-maxy or like optimization side of the resistance player character play, it is building a bigger social network.
Yeah.
So how did that idea come together with everything I just described?
So I like RTSs.
Nice.
I like building engines that produce points because that's fun. so, so I'm sorry, but this is like the
That's great.
The approach I had was, I need some engine in this game to produce hope and love. How do I do that? All right, maybe that, because what do I actually want people to engage with? I want them to do social relationship stuff. That's what I want the core of the game to be. So of course the engine has to be that. But I also wanted to be an engine builder in that sense. So setting up systems for how to do this effectively, like creating locations that maybe are less surveilled, finding out that you have a way of disconnecting your device so you can do this without being like exposing them to more risk while you're doing it, etc., etc., etc. Like all of these like small like rule abuse things, honestly, like that's what I kind of wanted to get out of that. So once you start knowing like how all the free acts and the resistance acts and the class acts, etc., work, then you can kind of effectively set up an engine to create more love points for you, if we're talking about it from like a pure game design or a game mechanic perspective. Of course, all of this comes with narrative weight, but that's a different layer of this, right? I also wanted to mention one thing. The way you retold the rules now, it left out one important aspect of this.
Please go ahead.
If you, as Big Brother, observe that this player is harvesting love points in their family, you're going to want to target that specific family member, because that's a resource generator and you can't have that. So you're going to take out that one. So that, on a flip side on the narrative, is that also, in addition to bringing true like emotional situations that mean something, that is the whole reason why we fight, it also provides that double-edged sword of, this is what introduces my family members to risk.
Yeah, the more that a resistance character cares about somebody, the more likely it is that you're going to take out that character. Arguably more insidiously, that you're going to turn them into a thought police member.
Exactly.
That you're going to cause them as a family member to betray, which is another 3 cost, right? Like that is fantastic design. And I want to, so 2 things I'd like to talk about there as we continue this development, because I think we've covered conceptually what family members and friends are at a baseline, and the next we'll go to is current work assignment, age and gender identity, then deviation, and then land at naming the character last. But on the way there, I really want to talk about, you mentioned before about how sometimes you'll have big brothers who are very much about taking out the head of the most active head of the Hydra, right? In the resistance character, and then they move to a trusted character, move to a trusted character. Sometimes it goes, instead of from inside out, the culling, the outside in, where you're keeping the same main one alive, and then you're culling and culling and culling. What would you say to anybody who's playing this on either side of that dynamic that you recommend that they think about as they're navigating what's happening with that specific element of it, right? Let's say that I'm a resistance character and I see that my stuff is being culled. Do I want to do something to maybe make myself more of a target to Big Brother so that I switch? Et cetera, et cetera. Like, what would you like to share when it comes to that?
So, like you're hinting at here, adaptability is key, because what we're looking at strategically for both parties, like whether you're Big Brother or Resistance character, it's still a game of psychology in that sense, where if your Big Brother player is playing this like harsh onwards, like just doing this thing, like a single issue Big Brother, so to speak, you can kind of predict that behavior, so you can adapt your behavior to that. And then as a response to that, that Big Brother is going to start adapting to you, adapting to it. So it becomes this back and forth. And that's very intentional in like what the game becomes, sort of. I think most of that happens subconsciously, though. I don't think most people are ever actually actively doing a lot, like plotting in that. I think that just comes as reactions, so here's one part of all of this, like, and this I have to take the word of other people having played the game reporting back to me more than my own experiences, because I have such a bias when it comes to this. Also, I'm kind of immune to parts of what I'm about to talk about, but like, there is so... The system generates high levels of emotional investment in characters for the Resistance players, meaning it becomes important on a personal level to keep certain characters alive or certain things alive. So you start behaving in ways that puts them in less risk. You stop doing that deep connection act with a family member because you realize that will harm them. And so you're adapting on this on human terms more than you're adapting on it on a strategic level, because then you're actually risking putting yourself as the player through kind of emotionally difficult things. And that's very intentional, right? As the Big Brother player, you're mostly not considering the emotional sides of things. Your rule set does not really ask you to do that. It comes from being alone. It comes from not having the same connection to these characters. It comes from a bunch of different like dynamics in the rule set that for you, it becomes more of that number crunching game, right? So you're adapting based on the behavior of the players, based on what is the most logical conclusion to do right now. And of course that you might have different ideas around that at different times, but so even there we have some kind of like asymmetry in what we're looking at. It doesn't compute the same way. And the main point where that becomes apparent to you as players around the table is when you are like reminiscing about the sessions you played, when you are like comparing perspectives and you start realizing, wait, we're actually playing very different games. That's really where it kind of lands, that is what's going on.
I love how in sync I feel with where we are in the conversation right now, because you couldn't have given me a more perfect segue to what I already wanted to ask you about next, which is you've built two games in one game, right? Like there is the Big Brother game, there's the Resistance character game, and the Resistance character game is more geared toward cooperation among Resistance characters, but they are, I say more geared toward because there are still, what could be referred to as like PvP character versus character elements in there, because it is a survival situation under harsh conditions with scarcity involved, right? Big Brother, I'm essentially playing, even though there can be embodied areas to that, like playing a stranger and things like that, I'm essentially playing the system, right? So I have what I like to refer to cheekily in real life as an altitude problem, although Big Brother probably sees it as an altitude solution, right? Which is everybody's ants, you know what I mean? They're all little dolls I move around on the board. And that dehumanization, which parallels real world problems with the systems and structures that govern our lives in ways that I find compelling, and how you interrogate them here at the level of this game. That is why I am able to do what you're describing, right? Because the dehumanization allows me to depersonalize this, allows me to take things that matter heavily in the way you describe to these people and casually destroy them, right? And that isn't about me, like the person in that position, anybody playing Big Brother. That is about the power, that is about the system and structure of the dynamic, because anyone in varying ways, but anyone in that, like playing that part, will do that to some degree. The very existence of the system is fundamentally the problem in a real world sense, right? That I think this is pointing at, if I'm reading it correctly. And so I find that really compelling. What I want to ask from a game design perspective, and with regard to the experiences of the people at the table, and I want to attach de-rolling to the end of this if it's okay, is what has it been like for you to have essentially one game that is two games in conversation with each other? Because whereas there's a lot of collaboration in the Resistance one versus Big Brother and all the individual points of that are competitive, fully competitive. So what has that been like for you? What would you like to share or highlight about that? And then we'll go to the de-rolling question related to that, and then finish up the character stuff.
To start with, that was clear to me at the beginning. It's like the start of developing Oceania. So I figured out very early that that's what I want to do, and it felt extremely natural because that dynamic was the one thing I had figured out when I started doing everything else, in one sense of the word. I know I mentioned in a previous episode that like I had this other system called Control that was meant for Jane Austen type love drama thing, which is the thing that's the emotion and values in the system. So I had that also. But besides that, I knew I wanted to make an asymmetrical game with adversarial qualities. I refuse to say that it's completely adversarial because it's so much collab in that thing.
Absolutely. And from a safety perspective, it needs to be, right? Like, I think that's important to say. That, like, even, and kind of especially playing Big Brother, because I will say I trust the people I'm going to be playing with. I feel good about my plays in this. But for folks watching at home, like, make sure you have that high trust, because everybody at the level of the game has every reason to hate you, and they're going to be looking at you. Real person who's sitting at the table doing these things to them, and there can be bleed out into the rest of the game. Sorry, I saw that I got frozen there for a second. So there can be bleed at the level of the game there, and so you gotta watch out for that, which is why I want to lead this into a question about de-rolling. But continue with what you were saying there about the design, because I just think it's fascinating that, like, not only did you come up with a really interesting game, you came up with two interesting games that are in conversation with each other. And anything that you could share about that for people who are interested in design at home or people who want to play this, I'd love to hear.
So, to be fair, the Big Brother game would be completely uninteresting without the Resistance character game. However, it can't be said reverse. So the Resistance character game you could have without Big Brother, and that would still be interesting. So of course the Jane Austen engine of emotions and values wouldn't have a Big Brother, right? So that part of the game is an entertaining system at its core without the other part, but the Big Brother part is an incomplete game if it doesn't have the Resistance part, basically. So all right, that said, the development, like, so I'm going to talk about how I created Big Brother, because I think that's more like an entry point into this. I started playing this game fully being a GM. All right. So the first part that existed was the Resistance game in an embryonic state, right? So for the first internal iteration test thing, I basically knew I had a goal of Big Brother, killing off the other characters, and I had some basic, I think it was like one random table of like reactions that was like very vague and very strange. Like it was so much room for interpretation. It was like silly. Like, why did I even write anything? But I needed some kind of framework.
Sure.
And I started just behaving the way I wanted Big Brother to play during playtests. And after each like playtest session I did that way, I wrote down what did I just do? And like, how strong do I want this move to be? So I categorized them into these tiers. And then I started like iteratively shifting them around, grouping them differently. Like at one point, I could kind of step away from playing to see how they worked. I understood the dynamics at the table well enough so I could just write something as part of the puzzle of Big Brother and see like, yeah, this one would be a good complement to this thing. And then after that, constructing that system was fairly like easy in that sense. But it took me like a few iterations to kind of get there.
Love that. When did you, so I know that you mentioned in a previous video that the safety tools came in afterwards because you developed this with a trusted group of people where you knew that you were safe. And so as you were ready to take this out for other people to play, you then found what fit into that. And I think you found some really nice stuff. I'd like to talk about de-rolling a little bit here, specifically in relation to what we've been discussing about these at least partially antagonistic dynamics still with collaboration above table, and specifically with regard to mitigation of bleed, not just with regard to your own specific like traumatic experiences with the character that you might have had who was vaporized or lost somebody or any number of things that could happen, but also bleed with regard to the Big Brother character, because at the end of the day, everybody who's at the table is still friends in real life, and the Big Brother player didn't do anything to you in real life. They did something to you at the level of fiction that you consented to and that you wanted, like, hopefully, right, if it's a healthy dynamic. So what would you like to share about de-rolling, management of bleed, specifically with that dynamic in mind? All
right, so first things first, I want to shout out Sarah Bowman, who is a colleague of mine, who did the whole like post-game session debrief chapter is built on a framework that she wrote as part of like transformative game research work. Her work is regarding LARPs, and there's a bunch of interesting stuff there. And then I kind of took that whole model and tweaked it so that it fit the game mode, and like that it's a tabletop role-playing game, not a LARP. I added specific things that are for Oceania specificity, so to speak. Flowers where they're supposed to be, I guess. And then I'm thinking about de-rolling as a process of controlling bleed. So that's important to know, that's the whole purpose of de-rolling and like post-game session debrief, basically. Like that's really what it's about. And when I say managing bleed, it is allowing bleed where it's supposed to be and removing bleed where it's not supposed to be. Right. So as you know, I'm a game academic also. I teach transformative games. My understanding of bleed is perhaps not what's the most like talked about understanding of bleed in layman terms. I differentiate between like 13 different types of bleed when I'm
great.
thinking about it. Because there is like systematic bleed, there is like narrative bleed, there's emotional bleed, there's emotional immersion that leads to specific type. Like there's a bunch of different nuance in this. And since I consider this game to be kind of like a serious game to some extent, I wanted there to be real world takeaways. So of course I need some bleed to stay there. Things like the question about what in your character's behavior is something that you would like to learn from or like take lessons from. What did you admire your character for, right? Things like that. That's meant to allow you to kind of actually intend to bleed. Like it's asking you to like extend and open yourself to that character. Then there are other things like, what did you think was especially bad about your character? What did you not appreciate? Things like that. And then we're talking about the at the table dynamics, like what are things that you felt like, so there, all of this is about like trying to sharing thoughts and reflections in a way, one, that distance yourself from that narrative layer, and two, that opens you up to the things that you could benefit from. That's really what the whole thing is about. And yeah. And then the final thing in the whole thing is, if you would write a note in real life to give someone else hope, what would it be? And that's calling back like the system of the game and asking you to understand your own real world through that lens. And so that's the last part. It's more like I'm going to let that sit for what it is instead.
100%, and I think it's worth letting it sit. It does selfishly remind me of something that I brought up in an earlier video that I'm interested in as a complete neophyte to the space, especially as somebody who has an interest in but has never done any game design, with the idea of a keepsake, right? And the possibility that this exists as a keepsake game that transforms outside of the magic circle. You said something really important then about consent, that if you're still playing the game, then you're still in the magic circle, but the people around you are not in the magic circle, and all of that is very important to keep in mind. I wonder if the opportunity to write a note that could give somebody hope in real life is an opportunity to trespass across the magic circle, right? So that there's, go ahead.
An earlier version of that de-rolling part, or like debrief part, actually had the instruction to leave the note in a public place. So
right
that was a thing at one point.
And maybe now it still exists, but it's not asked of the game. Like the game doesn't ask you to do it, but maybe you decide to do it, and then maybe that is the trespassing. That's the crossing of the threshold. Because the game doesn't ask you to, so you're not in the magic circle anymore. But if you decide to do it in a game, in the context of a game that is hopefully teaching people, getting people to exercise the muscle of transgression, right? Because there is no revolution, there is no, I'm sorry to be speaking so broadly, but like it feels to me that it is impossible for there to be a revolution, for there to be resistance against autocracy without transgression. Fundamentally, I don't try to speak in absolutes. I don't see how there could be without transgression by definition, right? And so having the opportunity, and here I think a little bit about Theater of the Oppressed, as an opportunity to have like rehearsal for revolution, and the game context for that here, wherein by rehearsing for real world transgression in the safety of a game, right, even a more serious game that deals with more difficult topics, does that help people potentially work, like think about real world transformation that is not in the magic circle, right? But that is derived from experiences in the magic circle. I think that's really interesting, and I would love to find out more about the 13 kinds of bleed, because I am fairly familiar with bleed, and I do get the idea of the specificity, but I'd love to actually look at all the differences that you're talking about. I think that's very cool.
Yes, there exists an article in the Nordic LARP homepage, if you just search for Nordic LARP, that explores Bleed and all its nuances by Kjell Hedgard Hugas. That is really good. If one wants to nerd in on Bleed, that's where you find the source for that. But yeah, so I'm thinking about one thing here, and that's like, there's something reflected in this game. If you compare it to a lot of other like activist games, like Why We Fight is a game I love. I just bought it. I haven't had the chance to play it yet, but I really like. I read through it. I'm so happy I bought it. It's super exciting. It also talks about community. It talks about like resistance to oppressive forces. It does so in a very different light. And it really is more like, here's the struggle, let's fix it, right?
Yeah.
The way I designed Oceania removes the whole let's fix it part. That's not really part of the game.
Right.
And I think this reflects something that I kind of want to talk about here, because I think it's important for the context of this. For a long time, I identified as an activist. I don't anymore, because I think activism in its systemic quality tends to make us be zooming in on one topic at the time.
Right.
Because that's how much attention we can bring to it.
Yeah.
And then we're also, as activists, active in what sense? Well, we are reacting to something happening that is problematic for us. I'm not bashing activism here. I'm saying it's one specific way of interacting with oppression. And I think
100%.
It's a very useful way. We need it. It's like the forefront fight thing that's happening. That's activism. Like right now, ICE agents are swooping into this specific community. We need activists to be out on the streets, right? So that's one way of understanding activism. It could be, I'm an activist, I'm running a public library that's not funded by the state, whatever. That could be activism. But you're 100%. Focused on this one thing. Personally, I have ended up in a position where I don't think I'm the most useful in activism. What I think I am useful in is looking more at like, how do we build infrastructure that lasts? That is not a reaction to anything. How do I make things that connect all these different single issue things so that we can progress instead of react? And I think that there's something different in that than if we're looking at reactive activism. So my game reflects that to some extent, or at least like the starting point of that. Because that type of desperation that Oceania creates for these resistance characters is what forces us to think about how do we create longevity. So that's really what it's about. And it's never really realized. It's never really realized within the game fiction, but it asks you, the player, the question, can I do this? Can I create longevity where I'm at? Because I'm not under this heavy boot, right? Right. That's what I'm hoping, if we're talking about the intent behind the game.
I love that. I find that to be a radical act of artistry, and I do think that I vibe with what you said a lot too, because I think that there is a well-meaning mistake a lot of us can fall into, at least speaking for myself, wherein we want to do everything. You know what I mean? We feel that we need to, and from a perspective that I'll say with regard to myself, I've assessed as somewhat ego-driven, right? A sense of like, my reaction to all of this horrifying stuff is that I need to do something because I need to live with myself, because I feel that I need to do something. But I'm not the only real boy in the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about that, is that I don't need to do everything. And as it turns out, spoiler alert, I'm not good at everything, right? Like, I'm good at some things. And among that, I'm better at some of those things. And within that, there are things that I'm really good at that I'm also really passionate about.
Yeah.
And if I do those things, if that's what I put my energy into, then that is probably the best way that I can contribute to the collective. And then if everybody does that, well, now we're talking about an actual revolution. It doesn't have to be sexy. It doesn't have to be what we've received in the past. It doesn't have to be centralized.
Precisely for sure. This is exactly the vibe here.
So that's I think that's why I'm vibing so hard with your game, and why I am eager to dig into it a lot. I'm also super interested in Why We Fight and like Mad as Hell. And I mentioned to you, I've played Misspent Youth, even though it seems a little bit to the side of this. I honestly think of 10 Candles in the same kind of way. I'm attracted to that sort of thing. I'm going to continue to be. Even that other game I mentioned to you, Rocket Club, that sounds a little bit off to the side because it's like middle schoolers and an alien invasion. Ultimately is about like queer stories and Astro's Empire in Decline and environmental like stories. Just sort of deal with like ecological crises and things like that. So we're talking about the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like in a lot of ways, we're it's a bunch of different ways in at the same kinds of things. And I think that as I continue to grow my artistic practice in this space, this is more and more what I want to be diving deep into. So thank you for connecting up with me on this and supporting what we're doing here. With your just participation, your discussion, all these insights you've been sharing have been super, super helpful for me. It really, this is a first step for me too, right? In terms of taking these kinds of works. And my hope is that even if we're doing this a bit larger right now, we're going to have all these sessions and all these people involved, and we're creating all this material, that this won't be the last time, certainly that I play it in my life, but even that I play it on camera, right? So I'm soaking in everything that you're sharing. I'm really, really grateful for it. To take it back to character creation.
That was a slight tangent.
But it works. The thing is, what I will say is what I love about these conversations, and why I like to qualify it as more of a conversation than an interview, is this all does connect up in meaningful fashion, right? I think about, and this is very aspirationally stated, so please know that there's no ego involved in what I'm saying. I don't think that what I'm facilitating here raises to this. But I think about the movie My Dinner with Andre, right? I don't know how familiar you might be with that movie. But it's literally just two people talking over dinner. And it's a highly influential independent film. I come from a background of film and television, right? The highly influential independent film wherein the drama fully comes from two people talking and following authentically their creativity. So my hope, here we're getting very meta with this conversation right now, because I'm talking about what I hope for this conversation. But what I hope for this conversation and conversations like it is people come along with us on this journey. And the people who will engage with it, I know it's going to be too long for a lot of people, and that's okay. The people who choose to come along for this kind of conversation are the people who are going to appreciate the kind of tangent we just went on because of the insight that comes out of that kind of authentic discovery. I think that's way more important as a use of your time as well as mine, like together, that we only have so much time to talk to each other. I can make a video by myself where I'm just looking through this, and in like 10 minutes I'm saying, hey, here are the steps, This is the stuff, right? This is the good stuff, I think. So thank you for being into it. Is what
I appreciate it. It's cool. It's very cool.
Thank you. So current work assignment, age and gender identity comes in after you describe family and friends. So to repeat something from an earlier part of this discussion, family and friends are established first, including their names, before you even get to your own current work assignment, age, and gender identity. We're still not naming the character if we're following this order, which I do recommend people consider doing because I find it very interesting. Like, it's a very You tell me, but it feels very meticulously thought through, right?
It is.
Yeah. So it says here, imagine what your character does for the conglomerate on a day-to-day basis. Give the work assignment an appropriate title. What's interesting here, it presages to me a bit of what we get to with the deviation, even more than what we did with the family and friends, in that by imagining what your character does for the conglomerate on a day-to-day basis, and then giving the work assignment an appropriate title, not from a pick list, from all of possible existence, you are helping to construct the world concretely. That work title exists. You don't need to ask me as the Big Brother player for permission. You don't ask anybody for permission. You just say, hey, this is the work title, and now we live in a world where that work title exists.
Yes, exactly.
Then you have imagine how old your character is. This will impact your understanding of them, how you role play. That's pretty standard. And then finally check one of the 3 gender identity boxes on the character sheet, which gives you the base binary that most of us grew up with, plus other that is fully inclusive of all other gender, all other forms of gender expression. Can you talk a little bit now about your thought process with designing this 5th step and the components that I just described?
Sure. So the work title, as you said, is just world building. But it's really what it's there for. When I had one iteration running the game without the workplace description, and it really every player started struggling when they had to go into the first work session. Like, what the heck am I doing? What is my work? I never thought about that. And then people just make something up, and it never connects as deeply. So I wanted to have one step where they defined that so that they had something to build on come the first work session. That's the player's psychology part of that. As you aptly pointed out, you are also defining a part of the world. Suddenly there are other characters who also work as this thing. We know that now. Suddenly there are big brother characters that definitely work as this, etc., etc. It also gives like some sort of freedom, because you're starting at that point also to think about, what is my workplace like? If I'm working as a clerk at the language redaction office, whatever that might be, you're starting to think about, is this a lot of people working like this? Is it a huge place, or is it like a small independent bureau? Do I have my own room? Am I sitting in a hall? All of these things pop up as you're starting to think about, what is the title? Because the title carries all of those implications to you as a person. So at the point where you're asked to describe that environment, you already have some kind of vague idea. And so that it's setting you up for success in that sense. It becomes easier to do the work later on in playing the game. The age part is more a character differentiation thing than anything else. So it's more like, here's Liam 56 contrasted to Liam 24. Because at some point you might play a character that has the same name. And so it's just a way of like giving a little bit of flavor to it. When it comes to the gender thing, here's the thing. I was thinking not having that there, but then I realized what I'm creating here is actually like, if you're looking at the visual design of the character sheet, it's technically made by Big Brother. Yeah, Mini Love specifically, which is, I was pointing that out to the players. It's like, oh, that's not creepy at all, that this is a Mini Love sheet. They have all the info on. Yeah, so this is technically, as I was creating this, I was considering what the character sheet actually is, diegetically. So diegetically, the character sheet is Big Brother AI's registry points of you as a person. This is everything Big Brother knows about you. Anything outside of this, Big Brother doesn't register.
Right.
Keep tabs on. So these are the things that the system needs to know about you. And that is, the game system needs to know this about you, right? Because technically, the game is Big Brother. That's what the game is. So that's why I included the gender thing, because I don't like the gender binary, but Big Brother surely does.
100%. And it was still inclusive anyway, because there is still other. And it does beg the question also, which is good from a safety perspective for the people at the table, of like, so is Big Brother gonna be weird about gender, or is Big Brother not gonna be weird about gender, right? Like, that because that's an important conversation to have too. One of the things I talk about in the safety discussions that I have with the tables that I run is I don't like to contribute to harm, even from a good place, or like inadvertently through erasure of lived experience. So like a lot of times people going to get to the table and they don't want to, certainly nobody wants to have like various forms of bigotry above table. And the circles that I run in, I'm sure that I'm confident the same ones that you run in this sense, that's a no-go. Like nobody's going to be okay with that. But then at the level of the story, and especially when we're playing games like this that deal with stories like this, we want to have things to push against, and then we bring the fullness of our life experiences into that. So we don't want to say, hey, there's not going to be any weirdness around gender definitively if there is somebody who is subjected to weirdness around gender in their day-to-day life, and they want to bring that into their story here, right? Because if it relates to their lived experience, that should really be mostly their call, right? So I love that it invites that in, while being creepy, coming from Mini Love, right? And suggesting like they at least care to, at a minimum, they're tracking it, right? At a minimum, they're tracking it, and they're utilizing a baseline assumption of binary, right? Because they are othering. That's literally, it's an O, right? Like it's male, female, O. So they are othering there, but what they're doing with that is up to everybody at the table, right? And maybe they don't care that much. Maybe it's like a census thing, right? Or maybe they care a lot. And what does caring a lot mean, you know?
So I just ran a session 0 with a group that I'm about to embark on a campaign with. It's a different one than this one. But so we had the safety discussion. And one thing that popped up at the table was like, I definitely don't want any transphobia or gender-based violence or oppression themed around that whatsoever. And that is so valid. So if anyone, like, I just want to say this, like, whenever you're having session 0s in this game, it's really important, and it's important in all games, but I would argue that it's extra important in this one, that you really do listen to all like demands on this, because the system itself creates situations that are harsh. And whether you as Big Brother intended to or not, it could be that this is brought in by the way you're sharing narrative with each other, and then having to act as Big Brother in ways that kill off a family member, and then you only have what the players have been talking about as your thematic framing of that. So then it can turn really ugly kind of quickly. That's what I'm saying. Just
above table, our discussion, granted, we have a bit of a different situation in the sense that we have like 14 players, right? But our discussion was like 4.5, 5 hours long. Something like that. And went into a lot of detail, and is a starting point, not an ending point. So another thing that I talk about a lot with that is it's a constant, clear lines of communication kind of situation. It's not a speak now or forever hold your peace. You always, because you realize things in the middle of play, right? And then you can pivot as that you discover things like that, because the people at the table matter more than the story you're telling or the game that you're playing, right? I think, thank you for sharing that, because I think it is important that you, as the creator of the game, that people hear you saying that directly. because otherwise there can be, regardless of intent, because I'm sure this isn't what you would intend, like an ambient pressure from any game system.
Yeah.
Be like, I got to play it right. I got to do the thing it's saying for me to do. There's so many kinds of oppression in existence, unfortunately, that you can cut out massive swaths of it and you're never going to run out. Never, ever. You can trust in that. Unfortunately, it's a depressing thing to say, but like, it's the truth. So you're not going to break anything about the game, right?
There's one more thing when we're talking about safety things that I actually want to bring up, and that's, since everyone is sharing world building, and we're talking about this also in like mechanical terms, like as you define your deviation, we're soon going to talk about deviations, by the way. So deviations has consequences outside of what you might initially think about. So have proper conversations about what they mean and how they're intended. I think that's also a part of this safety setup, that you really need to understand each other and vibe with what you're putting down on the table collectively. It also comes down to, let's say, for example, in our the recent session zero I was part of, had one player saying, I don't want any harm to come to kids. And then we started talking about, but who's a kid? And then, we'll decide on everyone under 18, which meant we had to go back and redact characters that are trusted characters because they were under 18, meaning harm will come to them. So there are like systemic consequences in the game that you have to kind of sometimes retcon to basically not break one of these safety agreements that can be important. And like, as you're playing, maybe you're creating a new stranger. In a world where no harm can come to kids, there are no one under 18.
That's right. And what does it mean for there to be no one under 18? And what does that mean for, because they can exist in the world. Like, you could always do a sci-fi thing where like nobody under, you could do Children of Men, right? And like there are no people who exist under 18, and you can play this game that way. You can also play this game where they exist, we're just not putting narrative focus on them. So they're essentially veiled, to use like lines and veils terminology, right? Like, they exist in the world, but they're not a part of the story we're telling, because the story we're telling is not the totality of the world. It is the story we're telling within the world, right? And for what it's worth, we had the same discussion. We're not going to have any characters under 18 either, for the same reason, because and this is where I think I would give, and this is, if I may, like, because I haven't even really run the game yet, right? But from like a DMing perspective, and I'm not the DM here, but I am facilitating the group, right? Into it. I am a big believer in don't pull punches and being absolutely clear about what it is that you're doing. I think that in an effort to be inclusive, sometimes a mistake can be made wherein you can make it seem like something will be less of an issue than it will be. Not every game is for every person. Not every table is for every person. And that is not meant to exclude anybody from anything. It is meant to empower everyone to make decisions with clear information about what is right for them. So, for example, and I assume that you discussed this in basically the same way based on what you just mentioned. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. When we were talking about that, I brought up, exactly what you said. And a resistance character can be turned against you, can die. There's a very real chance they will die, and die in a horrible way, and be erased from existence forever, like officially not allowed to be referred to. That is clarifying, right? I think it is a favor to everyone at the table to not pull punches on that description and say, if we're going to play this game, I can't change that. Like, that's going to be what happens. So help me out. We all have collective responsibility here, right? What you water grows is a thing I say a lot there. Like, where you put your energy, where you put your attention is going to be the thing that I am going to be attending to. So don't put attention there. If you don't want a dog, don't put a dog. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want there to be a kid, don't build a kid, you know? Don't bring the toy to the table and then say, don't play with the toy, right? especially in a situation where it could be difficult there.
Exactly.
In other contexts, in this one, it's very clear. In other contexts, we also have to define a lot of like, what does harm mean, right?
Yeah.
Because harm can mean have I told you about the thing I call the penguin problem?
I think you mentioned it, but we never went into it.
I think I did. Okay, so basically it's a linguistic study that I read about in Scientific American that had people try to define what a penguin is, and there was a 12% overlap among their definitions of what a penguin was, which speaks to the imperfection of language. Language is one of the most important tools in human history to have ever been derived, and is an expression of human genius, and is also inherently limited. And my mind will never fully touch yours because it's an imperfect bridge that can't reach.
Exactly,
and you can't know all my life experiences, and I can't know yours. And even if we did, we don't have the tools to express that knowledge, like all of that. So we get very specific, and we have to get in and have conversations that sometimes can hit people as pedantic, but are actually meaningful. What is a child? What is harm? What is torture? What is terrorism?
Exactly.
What is when we talk about terrorism as a potential line, are we talking about mass, like acts of mass violence? Are we talking about the use of the phrase terrorist as an othering term utilized by power as a form of violence and control over minoritized populations? Are we talking about both in different ways? Are we talking about a third thing? Like, those conversations matter, and they have to start at session 0, and then they have to keep going all the way through, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Short break. I'm going to switch room because I'm sitting in the guest room, technically. So my guests want to go to sleep.
Go ahead. We'll switch room, and then I have to be done in about an hour. We'll round out this stuff, and then we can talk about what else we can do. Thank you so much. And we are back from our final break for this section. And we are going to be diving in here from our discussion of current work assignment, age, and gender identity, and the very important note of this is Big Brother's paperwork. That this and the class sheet are both brought to you by MiniLove, the Ministry of Love, which in a future video I hope we may have a chance to talk about all of the ministries and the world building and some of the campaign building stuff, right? I'm hoping that after we complete this, talking about character building, we will get into other character facing things like 2 Minutes Fate, notes, the various kinds of decks, so both the resistance deck and the investigation deck, and interrogation, and then also that we would be able to talk about campaign preparation, both in terms of the tools you built in for this and in terms of digging into the world building stuff that you have in there, right? Because there is specifically like a Big Brother AI, and there is specifically the universe, right? And that sort of thing. So that is all to come, everybody. For now, we are going to dig into deviations, which, building on what we were talking about with how giving the work assignment an appropriate title, not from a pick list, which a lot of other designers might have picked a pick list for this, right? Leaving it fully open for that negative space for us to fill. Deviation is such a profound tool for that, because it defines what is a deviation deviating from. It defines what the baseline is that Big Brother enforces. So I think that's a really important thing to highlight here, right? From a safety perspective that I'd love to ask you about. The Big Brother player has full control over the ministries, over strangers, over the thought police, over the Big Brother AI. Is the system manifested at a distance in the way that we described, and sometimes embodied through things like strangers? Enforces things like the morning news, which is propaganda in the morning phase, which interrupts the day every day. The 2 minutes hate, which comes up in both work phases, right? And forces a values test, and is a very dangerous moment for everybody involved. And even if somebody succeeds, they have to deal with the difficulty of what does it mean to give yourself over to this hate, right? And then also controls the interrogations, right? And it helps determine the outcomes of those interrogations, the whole while observing everything, feeling a lot of control here, right? Yet, this is a GM-less game, and there is no way really for somebody sitting in the Big Brother chair to impose a world state, right, on the players, by design, in large part because of the deviations. because it is through the deviations that the big brother player and everybody else at the table learns what that oppression in that world cares about. And from a safety perspective, as you were saying, that's a good way to vet it at the table also, so everybody understands, oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, I'm enthusiastic to opt into this. What do you want to say first about the deviation design and what you want people, how you want people to see it, what you want people to take away from it?
Yeah, so if we're talking about the deviation as world building tool, it is the one chance that Resistance players get at defining the Big Brother aspect of the game. That's their only input into exactly how Big Brother works. So
sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I want to hold for a second because on my side, your picture is frozen, and your audio is coming in very through a digital filter, essentially.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we don't lose what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Do you want to try to maybe pop out of the room and pop back in, and then we'll see? Let me pause here, and I can bring it back. Hey everybody, after a quick tech fix on that break, we are back to finish out our deep dive into character creation. And we were moving out of current work assignment, age, and gender identity. And in future parts of the discussion, which you'll be able to see later, we're going to get into a bunch of other stuff. Here, we're going to be going from the world building via character creation that was built in through the imagination of what your character does for the conglomerate on a day-to-day basis, and then giving that work assignment an appropriate title, not from a pick list, but from anything, to the creation of a deviation, wherein you are able to build what it is that you are going to be oppressed with regard to. By establishing a deviation, you are stating this is deviating from the norm. You are creating a normative environment against which you are going to be rebelling. You're going to be resisting that oppression. I would love for you to chat a little bit about what you find to be most important about the deviations from the perspective of the person who came up with them, who designed it this way, and what you would like people to keep in mind as they put their own deviations together.
Yeah. So, a bunch of different perspectives at once, because as you might have noticed, even as a listener to this, from beginning to end of character creation, each step brings in complexity. Deviations are at the end because it brings up the most complexity, in a sense. You are defining Big Brother's role by defining your character's deviations. Big Brother has to take whatever you put into your deviations as the fundament of their kind of character creation process. It's really about turning whatever you put into your deviation into how does this oppression work? What is the rule that I'm constructing here to make this deviation make sense? So let's say, to take an example from the book, I love the sound of birds could be a deviation. For Big Brother, that means you have to really consider, like, what is it about this thing that makes that a deviation? Is it the appreciation of birds, or is it birds? Is it like you have to kind of deconstruct a rule that makes this deviation make sense as a deviation? If it's I collect art, then collecting art is the rule. That's a treasonous act. But then on the back of that, for Big Brother, that's also going to evolve into, but why? Is it because art in itself keeps track of history? Is it because art creates a venue for creative oppression, like resistance? Is it like, why art, right? So I have right now in the current campaign I'm getting into, someone wrote deeply appreciates coffee. And now I have to wrap my head around what the heck? What is it that coffee in itself is like a banned substance? Or is it just that you can't let on that you appreciate it so deeply? Like, I'm not sure what I'm
Right.
landing on yet, but
Yeah.
I'll see. So
I love
that
that because that's such a perfect way to describe what you have to be doing as a Big Brother player, right? Because it echoes what we talked about before. Is it that you're allowed, you individually can't appreciate coffee? Is it that no one can appreciate coffee? Is it that the appreciation is the part? It's a little bit of that be careful what you wish for kind of thing, right? Like that idea with, like, they referred to culturally as like a monkey's paw thing, where like you have to be very careful how you word things because it may be interpreted any which way.
And like I said, that is technically Resistance players defining the character creation of Big Brother. So that's the way I frame it myself when I'm explaining it. The other part of this is that it's world building. You are, by defining this and allowing Big Brother this playroom of like what will this rule be, you're also defining like things about the world that you're describing, and rather that you're going to describe. There is also another aspect that I think is important here. As you play a campaign, there will be more and more deviations because you are introducing new characters as resistance characters. So for each life you lose, there is one injected new rule for Big Brother that is shaping the oppression that you're playing in. So as you get further and further into a campaign, more and more resistance characters lose their lives. The news tightens, so to speak, around this world. And so that portrays a kind of like a progression of the oppressiveness. If we consider like this poem, first they came for the whatever, and then they came for whatever, and then they came for me, but no one was there to protect me. That's really what that's portraying, like the progression of oppression in any type of authoritarian system. It doesn't stop. It's not content with just stopping one expression of dissent. It's going to find new things that it finds threatening. And so it's going to just increase this complexity of all the things you're not allowed to do. And historically speaking, kind of to where it collapses in on itself, if we're being honest about it.
Well, because it becomes unwieldy, right? Like that's the other thing. I don't mean this in a like throw your hands up and do nothing about it, because obviously it's the opposite of what we're getting at here. But these things destroy themselves. Like they're not sustainable. They're too my one person's opinion. They're too incompatible with human nature, right? That you cannot actually sustain. If fascism, other forms of authoritarianism are fragile, they're flimsy, you know. Why they have to put so many toys in place to keep it going, right? Because it's not naturally occurring. It's not naturally sustainable. I find myself wondering, hearing that about the notes, right? Because they feel like an outgrowth of deviation, or at least an echo of deviation. They don't have to be, because they don't have to be about your deviation. But what they are is they are tools that are used by resistance players in a resistance deck, right? Or by Big Brother in an investigation deck, in order to shift the balance of power. It's an example where, if not a deviation, still deviant behavior, right? Behavior that can be punishable, because that's why it's used by Big Brother as a form of punishment, is also where the hope is. Right?
For sure.
And a deviation is what makes you a resistance character. It is the deviation from there that makes you. So I would love to hear whatever you'd like to share about that parallel, maybe explain a little bit about like how the notes work. How do you get a note?
Yeah,
How does
sure.
like how do you find a note as a resistance player? When do you make one? When does Big Brother get one? All that. But yeah, in the context I just described.
Yeah. So they fill different functionalities, but you are correct in that they are both parts of creating the hope structure for the resistance players. And I'm saying players intentionally now. It's not a slip of the tongue, so to speak. Writing a note is the act of imagining a future scenario that you are hoping the game will take you to. And writing something about that completely fictional, like hoped for scenario, and then writing something that will give you a leg up in that scenario. So for example, let's say your plan, like, I think it's hard to explain this without actually doing like a kind of deep example about this. So let's do that. I'm playing a resistance character, you're playing a resistance character. We are plotting to do an infiltration of Minitru, because we need to find a specific document in this ministry. We know that this area is Big Brother defined, meaning it's going to be super dangerous for us to go in there. So we come up with this plan. We need to first visit there so that we can know which strangers exist in that setting based on what Big Brother imagines about that setting. Then we have to get away from there so we can then know which characters are there. And then we have to, when we're infiltrating, we want character X, a stranger, to be on our side. So I'm going to write a note that says that character X, who is a stranger, is a resistance member and will help us if we ask for help.
Okay.
Then I have to hide this. This is like a long chain of things you have to think about as a player.
Yeah.
Then I have to hide this note in a hiding spot somewhere.
Right.
So that some other character later on can go pick it up. Because that note, the thing that's written on it, contains narrative truth.
Right.
But only after I died.
And not if I get it. So if you're carrying the note, and if Big Brother gets it, it does not contain narrative truth. It is something that I can use, but it isn't necessarily true out in the world. Two mechanical questions there. One is, can you explain to everybody how specifically, like what is it that you do at the level of game mechanic to take the act to hide it? You use hide something, I would imagine, right? But then more importantly, search for something says you cannot search for notes. So after somebody has died, how do you find it?
So hiding notes is a specific rule. Locating notes is a specific rule. Technically, the finding it is if you know where it is and you're in the location, on a meta level know where it is, and you're in the location, you can describe that your character finds it. Right. And you found it. That's it. There is a certain amount of metagaming here, like intentionally. This is knowledge that the player has. It's not knowledge that the character has. Sometimes the character has the knowledge. Right? So here's the iffy part of this. Hiding notes, however, is in itself a thought crime. You have to roll a Big Brother rolls a die to see if you're noticed. If you get noticed hiding such a note, Big Brother gets one additional suspicion point on you. So it's like a risky hiding move.
And I'm seeing it's a +2 to the thought crime roll. So it's also like a high likelihood of being noticed, especially the higher up you are.
Yeah, exactly. So A carried note, so a note that you have on your character, written by another character, always contains the narrative truth. So that's without a character dying. So basically, I can write a note and I can pass it to you, and then that is the truth. But
it's real.
The act of passing a note needs to be done. Whether that's done by hiding it somewhere or just handing it over, whatever.
And if handing it over, not to get too like gamey about it, but if handing it over, does that go under undefined acts?
Yeah, it's just a handing over thing, and so sometimes my table has agreed like this action that I'm doing right now takes 2 seconds. Surely I don't have to spend a full 10-minute act on this, right?
Fair enough. Yeah. I'm just wondering because that's such a powerful.
Yeah.
So part of why I was asking too is because that's very powerful, right? Because if you hand it over, so the limiter there, I believe from a design perspective, if I'm hearing you correctly, is the risk of carrying it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So you hand it to another character and then that character is caught with it, then that becomes a part of my investigation deck instead of the resistance deck.
Yeah.
Could you explain, because you mentioned like finding it where you knew it was hidden.
Yeah.
Could you explain to everybody what a resistance deck does, what an investigation deck does, and how it's utilized specifically as a deck? Yeah.
Sure. So when you hide a note, you do this in order to gain hope. That's technically the point of that. You store a note somewhere, meaning it's not on your person any longer, so you are not as vulnerable for having it. Temporarily, that is, until you find it again. Then, of course, you're carrying it again, so that it's a danger again. It's that double-edged sword that's kind of going through all the mechanics in this game.
Sure.
When you hide it, you basically, let's say you're in your apartment and you hide the note. You describe how you hide it somewhere, and you do it. That's it. You take that note, you add it to the pile of other hidden notes into the resistance deck. So if you hide a note, it goes into a randomized pile of other notes you've written. Right? The location you hid it in, you write that up in like a notes, like a quest log or whatever, like a campaign journal. Every place that you have hidden something in becomes what is called a cache. It's an access point to that resistance deck. So if you ever in the future go to that same location and say that you find a note, you will draw a random note from the resistance deck.
So it's not necessarily the same note, it is whatever is in the resistance deck. And that carries over. So if you're in a persistent world, like in the situation for our campaign, that carries over so that if somebody wrote that's not only their character died, but they're not at the table, but they go to that place and somebody finds a note, I'm like, they're pulling from the same deck that has everybody's notes in it.
Right. For sure.
And in parallel, my deck as Big Brother has everybody's notes in it that I haven't used yet in an interrogation.
So if you're caught carrying a note, it transfers to Big Brother's investigation deck, which is something that can be used basically as a currency in the interrogation. So it's less concerned with the content of the note, but it has like this rule: if the note mentions a family member, you get a certain point. If the note mentions a friend, you get a certain point, right? So interrogation gets rougher for the interrogated resistance character.
And I'm able to interpret mentions, right? So meaning like, doesn't have to mention by name, but if they mention them in a way that points at them or mention them in a way that refers to my sister instead of the name of the person or whatever.
Exactly.
All of that is, as with everything else we've talked about like it, up to Big Brother players' discretion.
Exactly.
Understood.
So
Go ahead, please.
The way I see the hope part of this, like now we're talking the numerical hope point system. It is one of the most reliable ways of creating hope for the character sheet, the hope value that you use to do class acts, right? So this is a basically one-to-one exchange thing. You take a little bit of risk, you get some hope if you find it in the future, which is something you're sure to do, as you can just go there and say, I'm finding this note.
Right, you know where it is. And it says you get 2 hope points if you get a note from somebody who's dead. So if I'm understanding correctly, you find a note from somebody who's not dead, you get 1 hope point. And then you get 2 if you get it from somebody who's dead. Which makes sense. This is in a way mechanically like a bit of a parallel to what we were talking about before with utilizing your social network and investing time in connecting with them emotionally to farm love points, right? Here, if you're a big like note finder and note writer so that there are more notes to find, right, and that sort of thing, then you're feeding into the hope economy. And again, the game is telling us stronger together, right? It's telling us you find ways to connect. Go ahead.
One important note is that there's no hope for finding a note by someone who hasn't died. So
copy, perfect.
So this is really like, in terms of the hope economy, this is really a legacy system. So you're setting up stuff for late campaign, essentially.
Copy. That makes sense. When you probably need the hope the most, right? Exactly. Realistically,
exactly.
that very much makes sense. As we're rounding out, because the last bit here at the end of this, we've talked about the deviations. We've talked a little bit about like application of notes here. Is choosing the name. I feel like it's almost good that we let that sit in the ether a little bit, because that is ultimately the culmination here. Like, what are you going to call this person you've constructed across all of these things that we've now spoken hours about, right? Diving into that. And there's more that we'll get into in the future about like the use of rations and the specific mechanics. I'd love to end here with a quick mention, like a preview, let's say, of what we'll talk about more in the future, that the notes give us a bridge to, which is interrogation. We've talked a lot about interrogation in general sense. People know that that's how it is. People listening to this, watching this, know that that is how vaporization occurs, that you can sell out, other player characters, other, backup characters, player characters, trusted characters, right? Through that in order to turn a failure into a success. You can spend love points to turn a failure into a success. Both of those lead to injuries as ways out of that, because there is no way to get out of interrogation without paying a cost, right? Unless you get lucky enough to get through these values tests with all successes, which is not hugely likely, right? Numerically speaking, without having to make these kinds of concessions. Couple of things. One is, just for my purposes, as I'm going to be running this potentially before the next time that we talk, it mentions here a question that I need to answer. Do you still have suspicion points left after the interrogation? Why does that matter if I have them left or not?
So once you've asked the resistance player, once you've had a character go through one of these interrogations and hopefully survive, right? Getting like a glimpse, a tiny glimpse behind the curtain, it on the one hand, psychologically, it does give you some hope when you hear that, no, I don't have any more points on you, for example.
Sure.
I've spent it all.
And that is a specific thing. No more points on you versus no more points in general. Because I'm always going to have points somewhere. So this is specifically about the person being interrogated. Do I have points on that?
Yeah. And so that's one part of it. It's a way of Big Brother does everything behind closed curtains, right? As resistance player, you have very little to go on when it comes to judging game state. How well are we doing? What is our chances right now? there's very slim pickings in terms of like figuring out those things. So I felt like after looking at how the game played, I saw that all the dynamics I wanted there to be like around the tension, etc. Giving a slight glimpse of the game state in terms of peeking behind that curtain, just even so slightly as just knowing, on me, do you have anything? Gives more agency feeling. Because suddenly you have info on the thing that is constantly harvesting info on you, which is a tiny thing. But it does a lot for like the feeling at the table, more than anything.
No, that absolutely makes sense. I love that that's the reason why. And then you're talking about the use of the notes here, right? If you're caught with a note, or more than one note, whether they be notes that you wrote or notes that you picked up, those notes are now confiscated and brought into my, as the Big Brother character, investigation deck. Now that investigation deck in notes here, importantly, is not the narrative truth, and Big Brother may fabricate or twist and turn on the meaning of the note however he wishes. As long as the twist is based on what the note says, it is within his rights. So basically, I get to gaslight, like I'm bastardizing the intent of the notes, and I'm turning it into the way autocracy does, into whatever is convenient for me at the moment. So I could basically make any note mean whatever I need to within reason, and use it if I want. What happens for the notes I don't use? Meaning, like, if I'm going to use, there's a test for every note here, right? Mm-hmm. If I find somebody who's been note hoarding, right, and they've got 5 notes on them, and I decide to just use 3 of them, the other 2 stay in an interrogation deck for me to use in a completely different interrogation, or what happens?
Exactly.
I love that.
So they, like I said, like as they transfer into the investigation deck, they kind of turn into like a currency. They become another point system for Big Brother to use during interrogations. That's it.
I love that. And then final question on that as we round this out, because I'm sure that at least some of the players I'm going to be playing with may think to do this immediately when they realize that that's how that works. I mean, I've explained it, but when it really sinks in, they're going to want to hide their notes again. They're like, I got the notes and I'm going to put them somewhere. Do they have to physically be on their person, or is it the sort of thing like I pick somebody up at the sleep phase, and if they have them hidden at home somewhere, am I able to find the notes? Like, where's the boundary on that, or what is your intention with regard to that?
So the intention is that if it's on their person, that's when it's like contraband, so to speak. If it's hidden somewhere in the world, no, it's just in the world. It's in a hidden cache. They've successfully stowed it away. So one thing to note here, though, is that initially, players will go with the easiest route to hiding something.
Sure.
And this is spoiler alert, I guess. That will be in their own apartment. It's the only environment where they have almost full control, right? So they hide their note in that environment. There is a cache there suddenly, right? There's a hidden cache. That character dies, and suddenly they don't have control over that location anymore.
Right.
Someone else moves into the apartment. That's a stranger.
Right.
And suddenly you have these weird, like, heist schemes because
to get the notes back, you got to get the stranger on your side, and then if you don't get the stranger on your side, it's very dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a situation that the system generates over and over again. I've seen it so many times now. Like, not thinking through where you're hiding the note and then realizing, oh crap, and then having to do all these things. Now
it's in somebody else's control. Yeah. That's hilarious. Well, and it also potentially creates a... Sorry about that. It also potentially creates a situation where the people, like if you live in a multi-family home, right? Like if you have other trusted characters who are part of your family, what if I've turned them?
Yeah.
Like I guess part of my question there is like, the only way that I can get notes as Big Brother is if they have them literally on their person. So they have to be moving them from one place to another. So even if I get if I use three suspicion points to get like a family member to betray a resistance character, and they live together and the notes are in the home, I still can't get the notes unless the notes are on their person. So what happens when I pick up somebody for interrogation who does not have any notes on them? And I haven't, let's say I don't have any notes left in my deck.
Then it's just a standard interrogation. You roll the 3 conglomerate value tests, and the player has to choose how to deal with failed tests, and then that's it, kind of.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for all of these descriptions today. Thank you for your time. Everybody, thank you for your time. I know that this is a long conversational series that you're watching. We're very grateful for you coming along with us. You're going to be able to join us for the last bits of it. We're going to get together on another day, film discussions of everything that is left here, including campaign play, right? And a lot of like a deep dive into the lore of this world alongside what you are able to bring, what we all are able to bring to the table. There are things in these ministries, in the Big Brother AI, right, in the universe that are there that can be customized to what you're doing to some degree, but that you have the scaffolding for as well, so you're not just dealing with a blank page. So we're going to get into all that stuff next time. Thank you again. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.